at our
warm welcome to all of you. Please take your seats so that we can reconvene for the last day, and so that we can also have our spiritual reflection that we'd like to start out today with. So those of you who are still walking around here in the room, having the conversations outside, please come back to this room so that we can start more or less on time. Thank you.
Noch einmal die herzliche Bitte, dass wir nicht zu viel Zeit direkt am Morgen verlieren.
Again, I'd like to ask you to take your seats so we do not lose too much time in the morning already. And I am happy that our spiritual companionship is with us and will provide us with an introduction, spiritual introduction to this day.
Was sucht ihr?
What are you searching for is what you ask both of us. The two of us, the curious, the sisters in belief. You can see that we are serious about this, that we are searching for you. You see our longing. You help us to find words for it, to put it into words. You help us to listen to the voice of our hearts. Where do you live is what we ask. What are you searching for? Help us in trusting the voice that is calling us on this path, on this way, following you.
Du siehst unsere Sehnsucht
You see our longing,
wahrscheinlich noch viel besser als wir selbst.
and you see it probably much better than we do.
Nehmen wir uns einen Moment,
Now, let us just take a moment in order to see, in order to perceive and make ourselves aware, reflect on what happened yesterday and what moved us yesterday and throughout the night. What we thought of when we first woke up and what is here with us, the thoughts, the emotions, the reflections, the feelings.
gibt es da eine Spur, wo ich spüre,
Is there a trace that I feel where life waves at me? Freshness,
Lebendigkeit?
liveliness.
Ich kann darum bitten, dass sie sich zeigt.
I can ask for that to be shown, and once I recognize it, once I discover it, that it shines for me and gives me that strength of its shining that takes me throughout the day, so that with decisiveness I can follow this trace from him and towards him.
Du erforsche mich, erkenne mein Herz und prüfe mich. Du erforsche mich, erkenne mein Herz und prüfe mich. Gewaltige Gedanken durchziehen deine Schläfen. Wunderbar sind alle deine Werke. Du erforsche mich, erkenne mein Herz und prüfe mich. Du erforsche mich, erkenne mein Herz und prüfe mich.
Gott, vor dir sind wir.
God, we are before you in the midst of all these issues that concern us, in the middle of this world, at the center of your world, together with individuals who rejoice, who feel good, people who live in great misery. Refresh us with your presence.
Reinige uns von allem,
Purify us from everything that your image has distorted inside of us. Let us revive.
öffne uns,
Open us to the streams of the Holy Ghost that is present and wants to become one in the entire world. This is what we're asking you for, and for your blessing. You, God, you, Son, and you, Holy Ghost. Amen.
Einen schönen guten Morgen.
Hey, wonderful good morning. From the team of facilitators. We now have the role of giving you a small overview of our program on the third day of the fourth Synodal Assembly. We are now going to get started by discussing the implementation texts right away, and we're going to discuss them in the following order. First of all, we'll be talking about 2.1, synodality, and sustainable strengthening of synodality, a synodal council for the Catholic Church in Germany, and then 2.2, joint consultation and decision-making, also the second reading, and then also the proclamation of the gospel by women in word and sacrament. That is item 4.3. And then the celibacy of priests, encouragement and opening. And then 3.3, the breaking with taboos and normalisation, votes on the situation of non-heterosexual priests. Also, this will be the first reading of this text. I'd also like to explain that we would like to start out by consulting on the Synodal Council in order to make sure that the text that can no longer be dealt with today can be taken care of. Good morning to all of you. Now, we are all aware of what happened during the Synodal Assembly, and that we invested a bit more time and also invested it well in this listening to each other and listening more closely to each other's view. But we are subject to time constraints, so that means that we cannot complete the agenda as envisaged. This might leave some of you disappointed if one of these texts is no longer on the agenda, but this is why these consultations on the Synodal Council are ever more important. What we see here is to be continued via this body. That is the topic of the text, and I'd like to ask the individuals responsible for the text to present the text. So, Gregor Potschon, you have a point of order. Yes, correct. My microphone doesn't seem to be working. Now it is more.
Müsste wahrscheinlich aber das Mikro runter werden.
Ja, hallo, hallo, hallo.
Vielleicht kannst du einfach das von einem Nachbarin nehmen.
So why don't you take one of your neighbors' microphones and try if this broadcasts via the loudspeakers? Okay. I would like to ask that we handle the texts sensibly, all the texts that are on the agenda. I don't think that we can postpone any texts, and I'm referring to Article 10 of the Articles of Association, in that all the Synodal forums have the right to present texts to the Synodal forum, the Synodal Assembly. So in theory, we need to work for as long as it takes. Of course, I'm not stupid. I know that this is not working, but based on paragraph 3, subsection 1 of the Article of Association, it stipulates that the Synodal Assembly defines the agenda. So I suggest that we together consult or discuss which texts to discuss. And as per Article 5, 3a, I'd like to bring forward a point of order to the modification of the agenda. I'd like to have dealing with gender diversity be dealt with. I just don't like the fact that the forum that worked on these texts did not get a voice. So I'd like to have at least one of the texts being discussed. So if my elaborations on the agenda cannot be taken care of, I'd like to bring forward a point of order as per 53AJ on the interpretation of the agenda. So I see a counter motion. Now, we need to, first of all, value this. So you have not put forward the point of order J. No, he put it forward. That's what he said. No, he said that he would go ahead and bring forward this motion if his initial motion was not considered. But I can see that the committee would like to respond to that. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to explain to you how we approach things in this very difficult situation. Well, for one, with all the heads of forum, we were in talks with all the heads of forums, and we asked them, what do you think are the most important texts for your forums that we need to prioritize now? And the extended committee followed these recommendations. So this is not a lonely decision that was made on the part of the Synodal Committee. It is the result of the recommendations by the Synodal forums. That's the first remark. Secondly, what you just presented here is a prioritization. Now, the sooner we get talking, and the shorter and clearer those consultations and decisions are and will be, the more we will get done in the end as well. And then thirdly, we need a strategy for the fifth Synodal Assembly and also for the Synodal Council that is to be put in after that. And also, this is me saying, the earlier we start our discussions and debates, the better it is for the program of our Synodal path. All right, and the faster we can start with the consultations, the more will get done. Of course, our approach is to consult on potentially all of these texts, but we will also keep you up to date as we go through the day on where we stand. Now we're going to get started by Sorry, I had put forward a motion as to the modification of the agenda as per section 5.3a, and I said I'd like to consult on the text for dealing with gender diversity as the third text today. There was a counterclaim, so we're now going to vote on this. Dear technicians, please provide us with a slide for voting. So this is the point of order by Gregor Potschun regarding a modification of the agenda. Do you agree with this point of order? You might have to press a button on your remote for that to be turned on, and then you can vote yes, no, or abstain, and please confirm by pressing OK. And this would then mean that we're going to discuss the text, the implementation text on dealing with gender diversity as the third text on our agenda today. So 183 votes have been cast already, and we're now closing the vote in 3, 2, 1. So the point of order was rejected. 184 votes have been cast. 58 individuals voted in favor of the modification, 122 against, and 4 people abstained. So there was a point of order by Gregor Potschun, the one that he announced. No, I'd like to bring forward a point of order as per 5.3a, so that we consult on all the texts that are on the first reading today, and then we can still discuss what we're going to do with the other texts. Then at least none of the texts that come in the first reading will just fall by the wayside. We did not expect this to happen, and we can still decide before the Synodal Assembly as to what we're going to do, and then we at least have an understanding of what the take is. We can also discuss whether we should extend the Fifth Assembly by 1 day, for instance. But I would not like to see one of the texts that would be part of the first reading to just fall off the table, basically. So this is the motion to discuss all the texts that are part of the first reading. Yes, I will bring forward the counter motion. The counter motion is as follows. Now, yesterday, we also had the bishops state that they would like to take on their responsibility, and this is something that I also take on as part of the Extended Synodalist Committee. We really thought long and hard about this, so please don't waste the time on procedural topics and talk and bring forward the third or fourth point of order. We know this from association work. I think we need this Saturday for something else, so let's get down to business.
Zwei verständliche Positionendarlegungen, über die wir jetzt abstimmen.
So, 2 understandable positions that we're now going to discuss. So, if you are in favor of Gregor Potschun's motion, of his point of order, to deal with all texts that are in the first reading first, then you vote yes. If not, then you vote no. And you obviously can also abstain from voting.
Wir sind bei 188.
So 188, 89 voices and votes have been cast, and we're going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1 now.
Das ist ein knapperes Ergebnis als gerade.
So this is a closer result than now, but still the motion has been rejected with 110 nay votes and 68 yeah votes. So 68 individuals in favor, 110 against. And there is another point of order. Let me make one remark. I'm not doing this for the points of order. I'm actually fighting for the contents of these precious texts. That's why I'm doing this. And as there was no statement on my first question, I'm going to bring forward 5.3J on who determines which texts will be consulted on today and which texts just fall by the wayside. Is there a counter order on this? Is this a formal counterclaim? Then we'd have to, or a counter motion, then we're going to vote on this. No? Okay, so let's just vote on this point of order on the interpretation as per the Articles of Association of this Assembly. So please vote yeah, nay, or abstention on this interpretation of the Rules of Procedure. We're going to close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Das Abstimmungsergebnis sieht wie folgt aus.
So the result is as follows. 184 votes cast, 109 nay votes, 67 yeah votes, 8 abstentions. So this means that this point of order has been rejected. We are now going to start the consultations. And as... No, I haven't announced this yet, but we have Mr. Lederman with the next point of order. Yes, I'd like to bring forward a point of order on the interpretation of the Rules of Procedure according to 5.3i. To the extent whether the agenda needs to be presented in writing or whether it's just a flowing mass. We don't have anything in writing. Are there certain time limitations by which the agenda needs to be presented? I'd like to bring forward this motion on the interpretation of the Rules of Procedure. Do we have to have the agenda in writing? Any counter motion, a formal counter motion? No. So let's vote on this point of order on the interpretation of the Rules of Procedure. So beyond that, I'd also suggest that we get started with the consultations. And we will go ahead and visualize for you what we're going to do. And as also already announced, we are going to keep you up to date on how we're going to proceed or on where we stand in the list of texts to be covered this morning. So please cast your votes now.
We are going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1, now.
Auch dieser Antrag ist abgelehnt bei
Again, this
58
motion
Ja-Stimmen.
has been rejected. 58 yes votes, 122 no votes. We can say there are different emotions and opinions on what the committee has suggested. However, the voting behavior reflects the majority of the Assembly. Accordingly, we would now move on to the consultation as proposed.
Den
And
Text zum Synodalen Rat vorzustellen.
I would like the presidents of Forum 1 to present the text on synodality. Good morning, members of the Synodal Assembly. We, the Forum 1, are going to present to you 2 texts for consultation which aim at jointly deciding on how synodality can be sustainably strengthened. If you think about powers and division of powers, cannot put a limitation in time on that. The month of March is upcoming, including the Fifth Synodal Assembly, and before we get there, we believe it is important to jointly and bindingly consult and decide on how to proceed. The beginning of this morning has shown how important that is. To us, it is important to look into the situations locally at the parishes, at the dioceses, etc., as well as in the Church of Germany as a whole. We need to be able to walk along a reliable path of synodality, and that's why we have brought forward these two proposals that we believe are still open to discussion but send a good signal to our consultations. And Vicar General Pater Kohlich and Ms. Kräuter-Kirchhoff are now invited to introduce us to these texts. We hope for good consultations and resolutions. Thank you. Charlotte Kräuter-Kirchhoff and Manfred Kollig are going to introduce us to the implementation text. Dear members of the Synod, the text Strengthening Synodality Sustainably that we are going to discuss today is a text for the future of our Church. It wants to strengthen synodality at the level of the Church as a whole in Germany. So today we will be discussing about the federal level, not the diocesan or the parish level, in order to strengthen synodality. A synodal council is to be established for the Catholic Church in Germany following further consultations. We want to take time for such additional consultations, and that's why we are now going to found a synodal committee. With this desire to strengthen the synodality of our Church, we follow the wish of our Pope, who said that synodality is part of the nature of the Church. We become, therefore, part of the universal synodal path of the universal Church that Pope Francis opened about a year ago. What does synodality mean? We are on a quest. We are in search of something, and we have not yet reached our goal. We know that synodality doesn't mean the controversial juxtaposition of government and opposition as we know it from parliamentary democracy. And it doesn't mean the sole decision-making by a single person detached from the people of God. It's about togetherness of the faithful. It's about being one in believing, in listening, in consulting, in discerning, and in decision-making. We are in search of more synodality, and we are experiencing it. We are already on the way toward more synodality here and today. We learn, we stumble, we get back up on our feet, and we experience the strength, power, and hope that is given to us in the community of synodality. Synodality is a challenge. It can be quite an effort at times. We have felt this. But this way of struggling with one another, openly exchanging arguments, searching for common paths together, is a path that leads into the future of our Church. We want to strengthen the synodality of our Church. Pope Francis has said that synodality requires thinking in the open. And this means that we have to create open spaces that help us think about the term synodality, making it palpable, making it actionable. We need to create open spaces where dynamic and creative fidelity can be learned. And let me say a very personal word on this topic. Back in 1974, I joined my congregation. In 75, I gave my profession based on constitutions and statutes and based on a reality that has dramatically changed in the decades ever since. My faithfulness now consists in carrying and supporting the dynamism occurring in my congregation, and I stay with it. We need open spaces of prayer, of exchange, of joint consultation and joint decision-making. We need places where we reduce competition, where we actually keep conflicts to a minimum and promote togetherness. We need open spaces that enable open thinking and open decision-making. The first question to be decided on by the Synodal Assembly today is the question, if at all. Do we really want to strengthen our church's synodality, and do we want to establish a synodal council for the Catholic Church in Germany? We believe that it is to be taken for granted that we need a place where there can be deliberation and consultation on texts that emerge from the forums, which, however, for time reasons, cannot be submitted to the Synodal Assembly. Indeed, these texts are foundational in nature, and they need to be debated on so the Church can embark on its route of repentance and renewal. And for this very reason, we need a synodal council for the Catholic Church in Germany. In its first reading, the Synodal Assembly has voted in favor of this proposal with a large majority, and today we would like to ask you for a confirmation of this decision, which is so important for the future of the Church. The question on how to go about it is foundational too. If we want to strengthen the synodality of the Church, we need to find ways and methods of bringing this about. Here we are on a quest together. In the first reading, the Synodal Assembly debated on this issue intensely. These consultations have been brought up time and again recently in debates and discussions in science and academia, in forums and plenaries. The question, what does synodality mean, has become a key question in the Church, and we would like to add, if the Church found a way of listening to each other, joint consultations and decision-making can be successful in such a way as to bring people together so they can jointly continue along their path in the Spirit of the Lord. This would be a great gift to a world drifting apart ever further. Synodal togetherness can become a sign of hope to the world. In the situation of a clear vote in favor of more synodality in our Church and the groping search for the how, we want to create a space for open thinking. We want to establish a synodal committee which will have the responsibility of further clarifying and defining the term synodality, making it more palpable to our Church, so the Synodal Council for the Catholic Church in Germany is appropriately prepared. This is our proposal. We found a synodal committee which continues the common search for more synodality in our Church and prepares the establishment of the Synodal Council for the Catholic Church in Germany. We still believe that we need a synodal council for the Catholic Church in Germany, but we have not reached our goal yet. We want to continue consulting in synodal community, weighing off arguments, including them in our prayers, and then making decisions. And this is why we set up a synodal committee as a hinge to open the door towards continuing this path in synodal community. At this point, we would like to tell you that the clarity of this statement goes back to a motion for amendment on Antragsgrün that has been supported by many of you, including many bishops. We want to keep deliberating on our understanding of synodality. We want to contribute to clarifying the concept of synodality, and we want to thereby deepen the synodality of our church. And the Synodal Committee is a place to do just that. For the founding of this committee as an open space is something that we advocate passionately, and this is due to considerations of principle. The structure of bodies and organs that we have, the experience of the synodal path, and the preparatory process, believing today, have shown that we need to become better in terms of togetherness and community. We advocate this committee out of basic considerations. Whenever things get very specific, we feel that matters of principle have not yet been clarified, at least not in an actionable way. Let me quote an example: the relationship of orientation towards hierarchy and charismata, the relationship between ministry or office and synodality, plenipotentiary power and participation. These questions have not been settled to the extent that they would promote unity in practice and prevent rifts or schisms. So we propose this text to give the Synodal Committee the time required to look into Lumen Gentium, the Würzburg Synod, and other synods in order to really find a clarification together with other local churches and together with our Pope in the context of further synodal consultation and decision-making types. What is the Synodal Committee meant to do? Well, we have three specific questions that I'm going to present to you shortly. First, what specific mandate does the Synodal Committee have? How is the Synodal Council to be made up or composed? And third, what is the relationship of the Synodal Council with the Joint Conference? In Antragsgrün, the question was raised whether we need a third reading for this implementation text. Of course, a third reading is possible. However, the statutes tell us that a third reading will only take place after the second reading has been completed. So please raise your motions for a possible third reading only once and after the second reading has been completed and the key question can be voted on. And please sincerely look into what major open issues remain unresolved for a third reading before we can adopt the text as a whole, so we don't postpone things forever and in an insufficient way. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Ich denke, das Thema ist jetzt allen.
Thank you very much. I think the topic has become very clear to everybody. So this is what we are going to discuss about and vote on later. Now, the motions for amendment, please. Isn't there a debate now? Yes, apologies. Let me briefly explain the procedure. There will be a general debate in just a few minutes, but for this general debate, it is important for the category 4 motions for amendment to have been presented in advance so they can be discussed during the general debate. In addition, or beyond that, the procedure is as follows. There will be a general debate. There will be the voting on categories 1, 2, and 3 before we dive into the motions for amendment of category 4, following the common procedure of quickly visualizing them and reminding you of them. And if there are any questions, we will clarify them, and then the vote will be cast as we practiced it yesterday. Ms. Kreuter-Kirchhoff is going to present the category 4 motions for amendments because they are a little more comprehensive than the other motions. Thank you very much. The text will be essentially changed or modified by the motions for amendment, as the moderator said. This is also true for the motions for amendments of category 1, 2, and 3. In category 1, change 1, the following clarification is particularly important. The resolutions of the Synodal Council have the same effect as the resolutions of the Synodal Assembly, which means that they are not legally binding. The text sticks to the framework of the valid church law. The Synodal Council is not going to take any resolutions that are legally binding. There are further key motions for amendment in this category, such as the companions are to be elected rather than appointed. In category 2, we have a number of motions for amendment that we reject, that we as the Motions Committee recommend rejecting them. These are suggestions that are not realistic, as we believe, such as all believers, all the faithful can elect the Synodal Committee in immediate elections, or that are in contradiction to existing canon law, and that's why we reject them. Category 3, essential changes that we recommend to adopt. First, the composition of the Synodal Committee should be made up of 27 diocesan bishops, 27 members of the Central Committee of Catholics, and this is a change, 20 more members to be elected by the Synodal Assembly. In addition, following these motions for amendment, it is made clear that the texts that have been consulted during the Synodal forums but cannot be resolved on by the Synodal Assembly are to be further deliberated on by the Synodal Council, and the Synodal Council can decide on them. The second and very important motion for amendment that we support is the following. The Synodal Committee should actually reflect the Synodal Council with other bodies and institutions such as DBK, VDD, and ZDK. And this is what it will deliberate on. Category 4 motions for amendment. These are to be voted on later on, and since they are a little more comprehensive, I would ask the tech team to just show us these suggestions. There are 3 key questions. First, what mandate should the Synodal Committee have? And there is a comment here in Antragsgrün A25, which in particular has found the support of many bishops. From the Motions Committee's point of view, this comment actually boils down to the point, the key question. For a Synodal Council to be truly fruitful, it first takes a well-founded clarification and agreement on what synodality specifically means. The Motions Committee supports this proposal sustainably. And this is why we suggest giving the Synodal Council the mandate that you see here at the very top. It searches to reach an agreement on the term of synodality as a key action of the Church, which is rooted in the Church and has been re-emphasized through the Second Vatican Council and the global synodal process under Pope Francis. As a basic precondition of synodality, the Synodal Committee develops synodal structures, a synodal culture of community, and an inner attitude of being able to take criticism and to jointly search for a sustainable consensus. So the wording is in line with the suggestion that has been so broadly supported. And in lines 36 to 40, the following mission will be eliminated or deleted. The Motions Committee is in favor of this broadly based mandate. So the Motions Committee suggests adding that the Synodal Committee is to clarify the term of synodality, and second, let's eliminate the paragraph that says that the Synodal Council will consult about all essential developments in society and the Church. Second, composition of the Synodal Council. In line with this proposal, this is to be deliberated in the Synodal Committee, but guidelines are to be established, and they are the ones that you see here. The Synodal Council will be composed in line with the proportions of the Synodal Assembly in transparent procedures and elections in a gender and generation equitable way. However, an appropriate size for work is to be granted, and the Motions Committee is in favor of this proposal. And the last key question, the relationship with the joint conference. This Motions Committee advocates the following proposal. The Synodal Council is a further development of the joint conference and is to replace the latter. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Professorin Kräuter-Kirchhoff. Vielen Dank der
Thank you,
Antragskommission.
Professor Kräuter-Kirchhoff. Thank you for the Motions Committee. This is quite a lot of information to digest in the early morning. When the individual motions are called, we are going to visualize them with giving you the possibility to make a brief comment on it on the side of the Motions Committee. But now we open the floor for the general debate. And please, whenever you request the floor, it would be great for the best of the course of our discussion if you clearly named what you are referring to, and if you have specific points of criticism, please name them as unambiguously as possible. And we have a first speaker in the list, Bishop Betzing. I would like to say thank you to the forum and the two persons who have presented to us the numerous changes and have entered them. In the second reading at the Synodal Assembly, we should actually take a decision on this matter. We have truly now opened up the path for joint consultation and decision-making, for the interplay of a hierarchical church, which we are as the Catholic Church, and a synodal church that we want to become to a growing extent in line with the wish of the Pope. We are not going to determine the how here, because many bishops have said that time and again during the discussion, we don't see enough in order to determine the how. We have to keep discussing these questions. We need time, we need experience in the plenary assembly of the Bishops' Conference. We want to discuss the matter. We are going to have an experience in the Universal Synod next year, and all of this should be contributed to the process. The current strongly modified implementation text is, to my mind, excellent, and I would like to strongly endorse it because it sends a signal that we are embarking on this path. And the original discussion about points of order and the pressure imposed on us by the idea of actually discussing everything in the context of the synodal path. No, it will end with the Fifth Assembly, but it will be continued in another shape. So I would like to advocate this
Punktlandung. Inzwischen ist auch die Redeliste und Zeit allen transparent.
motion and this text. Please adopt it. I would like to explain that I am really very much in favor of it. Bishop Ansgar Puff. Yes, we are actually about to vote on establishing a committee with its tasks and mandates and the Synodal Council, which to my mind is quite nebulous. The Synodal Council, as it says, will take decisions of cross-diocesan relevance. But what is cross-diocesan or supra-diocesan, and who will decide on that? Second, it will decide on budgetary matters. How do you make sure that there is sufficient expertise present on this council if its members are all elected? Third, how do the resolutions of such council go hand in hand with item 5 of the statutes? There is a contradiction between taking decisions which, however, will not be binding on any diocesan bishop. This is an unresolved issue. I think the text is not quite clear yet, and that's why I'm very much in favor of a third reading. Plus, when forming the Synodal Committee, well, there should be an auxiliary bishop part of the committee. It's not acceptable not to have them. Okay, you have heard these very specific questions, and maybe you can answer to these. But for next, Ms. Dorothea Schmidt. Following Ms. Schmidt's contribution, we will close the speakers list. To May, the Synodal Council. Would you please speak into the microphone? The Synodal Council, as it is planned right now, is a no-go because it interferes with the episcopal constitution of the Church, and we are not allowed to decide on that or change it. None of the people present will be able to contest this. The Synodal Council would mean that the bishops hand over their bishop staff and their responsibility to a council that has been elected for a specific term, taking decisions that are in the line with the times, rather than being committed to the truth of the gospel and the statements of the Pope. I cannot see how this is related to Lumen Gentium, and there is no relationship to these specific statements or statutes. This is an invitation to an abuse of power, and the bishops would actually abolish their own term, their own office. As Bishop Kasper said, this would actually kill the bishop's office. So we have 42 more speakers in our list, and this morning we agreed that we would take out time for discussion in order to speak as calmly and in a matter-of-fact way as we did yesterday. Before we move on, there is a point of order. Yes, I would like the speaking time to be limited. Dear members of the Synod, yesterday it was very good to feel that everything can be said. If you feel that something can be said, please speak up. It's important. But please also bear in mind that our time is very limited. Following Gregor's intention, let's consider that there are people behind the texts that are at the back of the queue. So say whatever is necessary to say and what needs to be said, but please use our time responsibly.
Is this a formal counter-motion? Yes, please go ahead. I'm against this motion because I'd like to have the time, as we also took the time yesterday to do so, and then you'd have to be more specific in terms of limitation. We already have a limitation of the speaking time, so I did not hear the 1 minute, or you say the 1 minute. I will be more specific. Limitation to 1 minute. I will uphold my counter motion.
direkt der Geschäftsordnung auf begrenzte
So it is not a direct point of order on the limitation of speaking time, but we're going to vote on this because it has an impact on the discussion culture. So the motion is to limit the speaking time to 1 minute now. We're going to vote on this now. Please take your devices. And if you are in favor of limiting the speaking time to 1 minute, please vote yes. If not, vote no, or you can also abstain. And please press OK so that your vote gets sent to the system.
Wir haben fast 180 abgegebene.
We have almost 180 cast votes. We're going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1, and now the vote's been closed. And the result we will see now. 185 votes cast, 107 votes against, limiting the speaking time to 1 minute, 74 in favor. So this means that we're going to uphold the 2-minute time frame, but we obviously are aware of your intention in that you ask us to be as short as possible. So, Michael Gerber, now I see the necessity in terms of the if, in that we now show a specific perspective on where we go from here. I am very grateful because the key matter I was intending to make clear with my motion for amendment was picked up on and is reflected in the synopsis, and that we have an understanding of synodality in the Universal Church, and also a question of culture and inner attitude. The last 2 days showed us that there is a lot of longing involved in that, but it's still a matter of discussion. And I'll be very clear in saying this, also the how we deal with the tensions and polarizations that we cannot circumvent, that we need to face up to. If we can find a way of how to do it, then we can also transcend this and show this to the rest of the society. And this is very important in view of the polarizations and tensions that are being promoted by certain forces and influences. Okay. Thomas Steinberg, I'd like to advocate in favor of this motion. I believe it makes sense as a logical consequence of what we started with the synodal path, but also to follow up on the Würzburg Synod that developed the structures for the parishes based on participation, and the diocesan councils. On the federal level, there was no agreement on that. But we had a joint conference, and this would be substituted by a synodal council. And again, the synodal council, or that joint conference, also doesn't have any bishops in it, by the way. Also, it showed that we have a double structure on societal and political issues from the part of the bishops' conference that are drafted by consultants that are not elected in a participatory manner. And we have the ZDK on the other hand. There are some concerns in the ZDK whether a synodal council makes the ZDK superfluous, but that is not the case at all. It is not. It will never not be superfluous. But if we were to discuss societal political issues and formulate them and do this in a participatory manner, then we should not have the ZDK on the one hand and then the bishops' conference on the other hand that acts as if the bishops speak in their texts, at least. I believe the synodal path can be continued via the Synodal Council. The old CDC of 1917 also stipulated a diocesan synod every 10 years. And the church law that was modified in 1983 did not pick up on that. And that's why we don't have synodal structures today, even though we should. I believe we need a synodal council like this for Germany. We're not deciding on what the council is supposed to be. We're having a committee on the preparation of such council, and I can only ask you to do so today. Gregor Potschun. I'm actually quite challenged by the text because it stays within the system of this church, but we know that we need to break through systems in order to break through the power structures that can provide for sexualized violence. We saw this power on Thursday. It's not whether I masturbate or whether I sleep with a woman or a man or have extramarital sex. So where do we break through these boundaries, and where's the courage? I do not see that courage in the text. Yes, it is a first step for a so-called synodality as it is possible right now, but I really have trouble consenting to a text that will just create ever more bodies that can be blocked by spiritual leaders. So in spite of my very drastic words, I consented to every text. And also in terms of the separate votes, I think it is important to delete that the Synodal Council can make important decisions. It's only a small group of people, and I believe that we should continue what we started out here, and then also this definition of synodality is very important. And then secondly, when it's about the composition of the council, I think it's very important to make sure we have generational justice. 30% of Catholics are below 30 years of age, and that's a fact, and this should be reflected in Synodal Council. 30% should be under 30 years old, and if we have a Synodal Council, then we should no longer have a conference. And Mr. Tänzler, I am grateful for the motion that has improved as compared to the first draft, and which is why I can consent to that. We just want to make sure that we can make synodality sustainable, and that with the creation of a committee, we have not created the Synodal Council yet, but it's an important step. And what's important to me in the Synodal Committee is also to think about the architecture of the individual bodies, not just the joint conference, but also in the ZDK, Professor Sternberg, we need to rethink what we're going to do. We believe that voluntary work also has limits. I am a voluntary worker, and it needs to have consequences if we set up an additional body on the federal level, but we also need to manage our resources well and see if that is still manageable, and whether this can be filled with voluntary work. In particular, this goes to the ZTK and the ZTK structure to really look at this very closely and to see what this means for the different bodies that we have on the federal level. Mr. Tänzer, thank you. Mr. Tiefensee. Now, looking back to yesterday and the day before yesterday, I am actually full of fury. When it comes to synodality, we are at the very beginning. And I am under the impression, and I'm saying some bishops are before the beginning still, because there are some statements that were made here, and that tells me this, and then also the responses to the failure on Thursday afternoon, and I conclude this because on Friday we had a list of speakers, and this is the fourth assembly and the second reading, and these are people that had never said anything in the hearing and put forward a motion for amendment. So individuals that never said anything, and that's inconceivable. I now call upon those that start saying what they criticize, and to really think about whether they did not forget to say what they have to say on Antragsgrün, or maybe they have forgotten that they can also take part in a hearing. Now, coming out here and starting to fight left and right is unfair, and that's my personal take. Sorry for being a bit more emotional about this. And also, I'd like to ask those from the Bishops' Conference who have their finger on the no button almost, please remind yourselves that we have 6 members of the Bishops' Conference and not more. Where are the others if you were against or if you are against this text. Thank you. So please do not go too close to the microphone. So if you don't have to use up the 2 minutes, we appreciate it so that we can get through the list of speakers. And then we have Bishop Wilmer. Ms. Lücking-Michel, Bishop Overbeck, thank you very much for the work in the forum. And Professor Kräuter-Kirchhoff and Pater Kolleg, thank you very much for the very clear presentation. I personally would like to advocate in favor of this synodal committee and setting up the synodal committee. Why? God expects the church of the third millennium to embark on this path of synodality. Synodality is a constitutional dimension of the church. And these sentences were not made by myself, but by Pope Francis on the 17th of October 2017 in his talk on the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Bishops' Synod, and it was picked up on in a document on synodality in living and the mission of the Church in 2018, headed by Cardinal Luis Ladaria, the International Theological Commission, the intellectual right hand of Pope Francis in the continuation of Hans Urs von Balthasar and also Joseph Ratzinger. So we have some content-related questions, that is correct. We need some time to clarify those, also operative questions. So in short, from my point of view, there is no way around the synodality of this church. The future cannot not be synodal. So, Bishop Wilmer. Thank you very much. Auxiliary Bishop. Mr. Klose, I believe the Synodal Council is a must-go, not a no-go. We need it. We also need time. Yes, that's true, and that's why you have the Synodal Committee as an interim step. This is a room full of people that decide on things. We exchange, we change points of view, and we discuss. And this is what the Synodal Council and Synodal Committee are supposed to do in future as well. Also, our bodies will need to change. The different ones that we have, be it the way they meet or the things they discuss, but they will not be done away with. The only thing I'm happy to give up is the joint conference if it is clear that we have a Synodal Council, because I'm not going to give up something good if I don't know what comes up next. Thank you, Mr. Klose.
Xaver Bischof. Entschuldigung, Professor.
So, Xaver, Professor Bischof, you have the floor. Well, thank you. As a member of the forum, I'd like to just take some of that fear out of the atmosphere, because this supposed danger that we heard about in the Synodal Assembly, so the bishops being reduced in their power, this empowerment of the bishops, this turning away of the apostolicity of the Catholic Church, this would only be real for a body that rejects the synodal notion that was introduced by Pope Francis. But please remember, the Church and its teachings have grown over time in history. It's subject to change, and that is why it needs an aggiornamento. And this is what John the 23rd said, to use his terminology. The Synodal Assembly should, as it is doing here, on this way of the synodal church to the of the future, to embark on this path together, and changes will happen in any case, and we should do this before we have some separate dynamics being triggered. The challenges and unsolved issues are not just faced here in Germany in the Church. These are not only crises, but also opportunities, and they're signs of time, to speak in theological terms. And I'd like to conclude with a statement by Cardinal Martini, who in his last calling up to embark on reforming before he passed, he said, "Be courageous, be trustful, and trust in the working of the Holy Spirit." And that is why I can only call upon you to consent to the establishment of the Synodal Council, and in particular the committee to prepare the Synodal Council. Thank you. Mr. Gärtner. I will have an easy time consenting to this, because we will consent on the fact that we want a synodal council, but we're still trainees when it comes to synodality, and that is why we need the synodal committee. That gives us the time to prepare the Synodal Council and to come up with the right structures. Synodality needs specific structures, and we see this over and over again. A key element in this, a key element of the Synodal Committee is to decide in a timely manner on the texts that were decided upon in the Synodal Forum, and that cannot be discussed in the Synodal Assembly. We had the discussion earlier this morning. When talking about points of order, this is a central matter. So this allows us not to lose the work in the different forums, and this is a task that the committee can provide for. So we have members from the different 27 dioceses, and we have the members of the ZDK. So it already replaces the joint conference, and we need the decision today and not in the third reading, because only then do we know that the text that we can no longer discuss today will be picked up on, and we can have a relaxed discussion today, and then potentially go to the third, and then go on to the third assembly in March. And in terms of finances, in the German Bundestag, we only have elected individuals, and I will not assess the expertise of these individuals, but I believe that they also make sound decisions on budgets. And I'm from the Diocese of Eichstätt, where we have someone with a banking training who was not elected, and he abused and misused the amount of $1 million. So obviously, a committee like this also needs to talk about the appropriation of funds. Otherwise, it doesn't have any power. Now, Professor Selman. Well, dear Synod members, I think we all witnessed it in the last 2 years to some extent. We had the synodal path being portrayed in in a bad light, talking about it in a despicable manner. We had theologians. We had then also some experts in church law saying that this is just about deception and that we're not serious about things and that we do not find binding solutions among adults and consult with one another. This motion here is the chance to say to those that hope for a reform of the church, you are right. And often they are laughed at, but they still believe very deeply that they should remain hopeful. And they also believe that we need to have binding structures. And then these optimists will be the last to laugh if we vote yes on this. And then the bishops said on the text in the last 2 days, thank you for the thorough theology. Thank you for the skill. Thank you for the balance in the text. Thank you also for the love of the church that is expressed in these texts. And below that, you heard, well, we bishops could not have done this by ourselves. It would have been a worse result if we had done this by ourselves. And that is why I can only call upon you to consent to the Synodal Council, because this is the stretched out hand of competent lay persons, of members of congregations and priests that are ready to take on the difficult decisions together with you and also to be accountable with you. This is also taking some of the work away from this very comprehensive mandate that you take. So please do not cut off that hand that's stretched out to you. Thank you. We still have more than 30 individuals on the list of speakers. And in the point of order that we voted on, at least 40% voted in favor of a shorter speaking time. And please try not to use up the 2 minutes unless you absolutely have to. Professor Emmons. I'd also like to speak as a member of Forum 1 and recommend that we vote positively on this. We have a great overhang of topics, and that is why we need a tool like the Synodal Council, desperately needed. And apart from the skill that was just talked about, we also believe that publicly meeting and then making this public, discussing these matters publicly is very important. I would even go as far as saying that this is like a small cultural revolution for the church. And this cultural revolution also goes hand in hand with the fact that the episcopal structure of the church will not be done away with. It is retained. It's just that on the federal level, it is given an addition, a complementary element, and the bishops will not do away with themselves. On the contrary, they gain more acceptance and also more competence in consulting together. And this is how the manageability actually is increased. We have a crisis of episcopal offices, and the only way out can be to have an addition like that by adding a synodal element to this. So thank you. Thomas Luding. Well, first, we need to have synodality in the long run, but that is challenging. It challenges the bishops, but it also challenges everyone else. The times in which the separation of power or the split up of power was always clear, and others might want to work and prepare things for others are over. What we need, on the one hand side, are bishops that signal that they want to have a share in the conversation of the people of God, and from this participation, they then use their leadership. And we also need binding structures in which we can take on responsibility together. Secondly, we buy time, but we also obligate ourselves to make use of that time. I'd like to warn you in that we should not get into a continuous reflection, endless, eternal reflection. There is also a learning by doing, I believe, and that is why we need this qualification by an organization, a committee that we agreed on, the Synodal Committee. And then thirdly, we need to be clear on what this committee is to do. I would like to ask you also from the part of bishops to say at the right point in time what you'd like to do. From my personal perspective, I believe that in the next years as well, we will have decisive societal questions being asked, and the Synodal Council will need to give an answer to those questions. Thank you. Katharina Klutmann. I believe that we should vote yes on this text and that we should vote on it today. And this is because synodality is not just something that develops in theory and theology, but also in experience. As a member of a congregation, we have a lot of experience and have had this experience for centuries. And I can tell you it's not perfect, but it's working and it's Catholic. I believe we need synodality here. We need it in general, and we can also feed it to the Universal Church. I do not believe that this will be detrimental to the magisterium at all. On the very contrary, I believe that the idea of the Synodal Council, with all the modifications that were introduced, will lead to a deceleration and also is a Solomon type of solution, because we now have a binding solution that allows us to be flexible and to work towards the future. So I'm very much in favor of that. Thank you.
Dr. Eckstein has the floor. I would like to thank the Motions Committee for acting so wisely and prudently. With the amendments, the text has become acceptable to me now. I have 3 more points to add. First, both the German Bishops' Conference and the Committee of German Catholics should nominate each one person out of the circle of the concerned or their representatives. Otherwise, I will not actually support the list. Second, if the committee considers the mode in which the Synodal Council is to be composed, please consider the following. How do you want to ensure that it's not going to be a boring, just another boring debating committee? How can you represent those not represented, based on whom, however, the reform of a church will show its worth? Understandable as it may be, the wish for narrowing down the number of participants will lead to increasing homogeneity. Third, I'm in favor of a narrow mandate because of the Catholic principle of subsidiarity, and I'm going to argue for this on the basis of the implementation text that we will hopefully decide on later. I want strong, confident synodal councillors to be created, and it would be better if the agenda was not set top-down. Instead, if the synodal councillors were capable of delegating topics bottom-up to the synodal council. Thank you. Bishop Felix. The question has been asked about whether we want it and how. And when it comes to the question of whether we want it, I want to say I cannot imagine any other way than working together in a synodal way in our church. In our bishopric of Münster, I've gathered so much positive experience pursuing this synodal approach. Of course, there is always room for improvement, but at the bottom line, let me say, I have gathered positive experience. We are still in a school of learning synodality, and we have not yet passed the final examination. Nevertheless, when it comes to the question of how, I would like to get back to the questions asked by Professor Kreuter-Kirchhoff. I think they are very helpful when it comes to debating in a synodal committee and to clarifying these questions. They are fundamental questions that need to be asked Several questions have been added, and I do not view myself as being deprived of my power and authority of my bishop's service. The composition suggested seems a little large to me. I would ask this to be reconsidered. Secondly, when it comes to all the texts that have not yet been looked into, well, should we actually burden ourselves with all of them, or should we first look into what we are doing, what the responsibilities of such committee are, and what its future work will look like? And I would like to add two more things. At the beginning, we said it's good if such a committee, bishops and laymen together, speak into this society, and the evangelization topic has been mentioned time and again. That should be one of the overarching topics that deserve not to be forgotten. Thank you, Bishop Felix. Next, Regina Masur. As a member of the forum, I would like to endorse this motion. I would like to appeal to you to accept it. We need a synodal council and a synodal committee. Only if we go together at eye level, we can get things in motion. We have advisory bodies, but decisions need to be taken. Following the years of our joint synodal path, a continuation is needed, and the Synodal Council and the Synodal Committee will be appropriate tools to get just there. Thank you very much for this very clear statement. I would like to appeal to the others to bear time in mind. If you feel that things have been said before, it makes sense to not repeat what has been said before, because you should pay heed to the other members of the Synod who really want to look into other texts as well. There are many questions of a structural kind, content questions and issues, networking questions. It has become quite clear, but I'm in favor of establishing the committee with this perspective, because this is a space where you can ask in-depth questions as to what about solidarity, theological questions, and very specific questions like what is the consequence of this council for other bodies and institutions that we have. We do need this committee, and I think it is a very useful solution. Second, I hope that this committee will give us some input at the diocese level. This is one major topic. We have considered the matter, and we would be very grateful if there was exchange between both levels that is inspiring and that asks questions. And if people who are not part of the bishops' conferences or institutions participate in this discussion, I think this is a very good sign, and it would be a very good option. Ms. Kohlberger, please. I am a member of the Augsburg Diocese, and I'm speaking out for many, many people in my diocese who have placed high hopes on the synodal path. Sometimes they put their last hope on it, and they wish for a synodal council to be established in order to achieve synodal continuity. And the implementation options at the diocese level will be discussed later. It is a pleasure to be able to refer to Mr. Koch directly, what he said about the relationship to the diocese level, and that's exactly what I hope for among the synod members. There are people from Augsburg who hope that not all that much will be implemented. You can, of course, take a look at the voting results. And this is why I hope and wish that this text be accepted and adopted, that we set up a committee and a synodal council. When it comes to the third reading, I also feel that the text is not very specific yet, but I don't think that we will make it any better in during recent meetings, I have worked towards sharpening the text by means of motions for amendment, but I don't think that we are going to make it happen during a third reading. So what would we expect of a third reading? Wouldn't it be better to take a vote, to cast a vote today? Thank you. Bishop Wiesemann, please. Thank you very much for the amendments that have been entered, and I think they are key to enabling us to agree to this text and adopt it. I really endorse the text from the bottom of my heart. It is no restriction of the bishop's ministry. It is a synodal enhancement of the bishop's office, enabling it to move forward in a synodal way. It is very important that this committee consult and deliberate on the precise structures. When it comes to supra-diocesan relevance and terms like this, you have to clarify what it means. What does supra-diocesan relevance mean? Of course, what we are doing now is of supra-diocesan relevance, but this does not mean to say that something has been predetermined. Instead, the committee is to prepare the specific shape and extent. And the evaluation that has been mentioned can be performed by every individual rather than the group as a whole. I think the committee is very important, and this project is key to the synodal path as a whole. And this is why I think it is very important that we reach an understanding about this amongst us, the bishops, because everything depends on this decision. So if you feel the need to have more time to take a third reading, please bear with us and support it. I am firmly convinced that the large majority wants a continuation of sustainable synodality. Thank you, Bishop Kohlgraf. In an interview, and people actually asked me about it, I took a more critical stance, but with what has been presented here today, I can quite agree based on what Bishop Betzing, Gerber, Genn, and other speakers have said this morning. I want to make this very clear. And today, I would probably take a different stance in an interview. Of course, you need to specifically design the committee and council, but when it comes to the evaluation, I would say the evaluation is due only once the process is up and running. After 2 years or 3 years, you should look into how well and how positively the conference works, etc. What about the synodality of their work? One more word. Maybe we can find a word different from committee. Committee has negative connotations indeed. And I would like to respond to Professor Tiefensee. At the beginning, bishops were criticized for not outing themselves, basically, and coming out with their criticism. And now they are criticized for indeed vocalizing their criticism. And now they are criticized for that again. So I would like to speak out against this. As Bishop Genn just said, synodality is no longer a question of whether yes or no. Instead, it is an in-depth need of the Church at all levels. We are just asking ourselves how. And we are now about to set up a committee. It's just a tiny step on this path. It's far away from a parliamentary institution. And I would like to point you to the rich theological tradition that the sister just pointed out to us. We have a tradition of synodality. We are experts at synodality. We can actually do it. And I would like to refer to the area of human rights. Yesterday, we discussed about a criterion from the area of human rights. It's called non-discrimination. Non-discrimination of women and of homosexual people. And today, we are talking about another human rights issue, participation and partaking. And tomorrow we are going to discuss, or maybe not tomorrow specifically, but in the future we will talk about accountability. And that will be something that is there to prevent abuse of power. And in the very faraway future, we will talk about empowerment, which will be the most wonderful point to discuss about. Thank you. Stefan Vesper. Thank you. I just wanted to say that in the joint conference, auxiliary bishops have always been present. Auxiliary Bishop Jaschke and Heiner Koch and Brahm and Bohm have been part of it. So the auxiliary bishops have always been on board. I'm very much in favor of establishing the Synodal Council, and I think we should do it now in order to give us sufficient time for deliberations. Next person. Thank you very much. This is really astonishing. Bishop Franz Josef Overbeck. Dear members of the Synod, I'm going to keep it brief. I just wanted to point out that we mainly want to discuss the question of how do we deal with responsibility, sole responsibility, co-responsibility, ultimate responsibility, and this is what we will need to discuss, and we will need to regain confidence in our church. Questions of a financial, spiritual, or specific result processing nature is something that we will be able to decide along the way. This is our goal, and that's what we can do there, really. And now the next person. Hey, we are making headway. Claudia Lücking-Michel. Thank you. Following the statement, I can keep it brief. Of course, I'm in favor of adopting this text today, and I do hear those who say this is all too slow and too little that we are getting on track here. I can fully understand you. I'm with you here. And I also hear those who say, hey, you are rushing on too fast. We have to look into this. We have to clarify. Okay, we will have to find the middle. We will have to clarify open questions and issues. And for this particular purpose, we have suggested the committee. But please, if the Synodal Assembly does not give us a clear mandate here today, we will not have any chance of checking and controlling and readjusting at the Fifth Assembly in March. If you give us a mandate only in March, our project will actually be postponed far away into the future, so please do accept your responsibility and give us a mandate today. Thank you. Franziska Dieterle, please. I would like to reiterate that I'm in favor of supporting this text, and I would like to encourage you and all of us to set out on this path. Let me assure you, even if we clarify all the questions now before we adopt the text, new questions will spring up because we are in the midst of a process, and it is part of the nature of a process that you don't know everything in advance and that you can't clarify everything in advance. Instead, you are on the way together, you learn from each other, you ask questions, you maybe encounter friction, but you will learn together. There is a long tradition of the orders and congregations who are on the path together, on the journey together, and I am one of the more fast-forward and impatient persons, but still we can move on together. And let's remember the image that we've given ourselves. We are on a synodal path and not at a synodal hotel. So please meditate on this metaphor of the path and consider what can happen on the way. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I would like to make use of this opportunity to thank you for this very short and concise contribution, or these short and precise contributions, and please follow these example, Professor Lobhüdepohl. Okay, I can withdraw all the pro-arguments have been quoted, and I would just like to voice my endorsement of these arguments. Wonderful, thank you. Bishop Gregor Maria Hanke, please. The issue of synodality is fruit that has not yet been harvested, a fruit of the Second Vatican Council, and it's, of course, our duty to work towards it. But we do not know as yet what synodality is and how it really works. So this means that today we would cast a vote on a form without content. The International Theologians Commission has published a remarkable paper on synodality. What I feel is missing here is the theological clarification of various issues, such as the theological mission and responsibility of the bishop's ministry and the subsidiarity in shouldering responsibility for the Church, which of course concerns us all. I think it takes a broadly based and open search rather than delegating this issue to a small committee. The synodal process is what I have in mind, the synodal process brought to life by Pope Francis. And what can help us here are numerous experiences with synodal elements at the diocesan level, which are already out there. I believe the presentation that we have at this point is not mature for voting, and I plead in favor of postponing the vote and working further on the topic of synodality. Let me add, dear brothers and sisters, I'm sure that I am one of the colleagues that you least like in this synodal assembly. We have controversial positions. There is a minority position in many questions in this assembly, which, however, does not necessarily constitute a minority at the universal church level. And the reproaches such as abuse of power or the threats issued by Professor Tiefensee have filled me with great concern. I'm asking myself, am I still welcome here with my position, or do you want me to stay away from the assembly? Please be open and frank about it. You will not insult me. Thank you very much, Bishop Hanke, for your open words. And now let me pass the floor to Ms. Mock. I clearly endorse the motion to set up a synodal committee for the development of a synodal council, and I admit that I could have imagined to establish a synodal council as early as today. Why is that? Because in the synodal assembly, I feel that synodality has been tried and tested by us. It has proven its worth, and this is why the paper, from my point of view, is already the expression of a compromise, and I'm glad to have it here today. I'm glad because it is a fallback text for the forum texts that we will have to deliberate later on. And I would like to emphasize one more point. I have worked toward adding 20 more members in addition to the Central Committee of German Catholics and the Bishops' Council. Bishops' Conference, because that actually entails the possibility of being more gender and generation equitable. And let me emphasize that controversial and diverse opinions are welcome, and I think it is a good thing to have them all represented. Thank you. Dr. Leineweber. I would like to actually advocate adoption of this implementation text today, because I believe we are living in a time, if you look to the outside, that is marked by a major crisis of unity. If you look into how synodality is lived in the Orthodox world and the crisis it is going through, or at the societal level, at the European Union level, where polarizations and rifts are rampant, I think we should not lose any time, and this is why I'm in favor of adopting the text today. Let's set out on this path. I would like to thank Forum 1 for their proposal. It is not perfect, and we have felt in these days and during our discussions that it's not so easy to argue in a synodal way, to find a language which is a synodal language. And I think the earlier we can set out on this path, the better we are off, and the more fruitfully will we be able to contribute to making synodality part and parcel of our church. Thank you. Next, Nadine Mersch. This text and the following one, on which I am not going to comment anymore, has enabled me to go along my own personal synodal path that I'm very grateful for. I looked at this text with my association-based certainty as to how structures must work, what they need to look like, how they have to be implemented. And it was the soul of my association as well as the certainty that I have with my associational background. And then I learned a lot. Different points of view. I did not just listen to them, I learned to understand them, different approaches, different structural principles, worries and concerns with a view to what structures might entail in terms of change. And I have been more than willing to move away from my own point of view, and I've seen, thank you, by the way, for handling the motions for amendment accordingly, and I've seen that others are also capable of taking a distance from their original positions. That's the key about synodality. Come toward one another, learn to be and become church together. This kind of synodality can be underlined with this motion by establishing a committee that gives us a lot of time to move on along the synodal path, and I am more than willing to do just that without even knowing how we can go on. I would like to summon this courage, which is not necessarily in line with my association's tradition, but I would like us to walk along this path together. I'm in favor of resolving on this step today, so we have the possibility to move on this path together. Thank you very much. Please remember questioning your own ideas or what you want to have, what you have to say, whether it has been said before, and please be responsible about your own speaking time. Bishop Wolfgang Ippold. To begin with, I would like to thank Professor Kreuter-Kirchhoff for asking such specific questions as you did in your statement before. You mentioned the term search or quest, and I would very much like to highlight this in the context of the question of the council and or committee. We, the bishops, actually are networked in bodies and institutions. We hardly have the possibility to take our own decisions. Brothers and sisters are always on the path with us together, and we should actually appreciate this. We are not starting from scratch when it comes to synodality. Whether it's about finance or other matters, we are always supported by others. And when it comes to composing a committee, I would like to point out that we should consider that in many dioceses, including mine, a large share of Catholics are of non-German origin. Think of the large dioceses of Hamburg and Berlin. People are non-German speakers, or at least German is not their mother tongue. There are many associations of non-German origin that are key pillars of our parishes and dioceses, and we have to think of them. When it comes to deepening the key topic of synodality, I would also like to recommend the excellent document submitted by the Theologians Commission. We really need to study it. All of us need to study it in order to discover and deepen the spiritual side of synodality. And when it comes to evaluation, I would like to agree. Once the synodal path has been completed next year, we will need to evaluate it. What have we learned? What are our experiences? What lessons can we take away from it? Thank you, Thomas Löhr. In the Diocese of Limburg, we've had decades of experience with synodal committees. I would say in a smaller circle, we were the first ones to move on in synodality, but in this large circle, I don't want to say that because others might argue and contest my statement. But it was long before the Würzburg Synod that we exercised synodality. And when I was a parish priest, when I was a district dean, I have had great experiences with such solidarity, and the same thing holds true for the diocesan level. I welcome the changes and amendments that Professor Kreuter-Kirchhoff presented to us. That has made many things easier and more accessible for me, but the motions for amendment have given rise to questions such as, can the undebated texts of the synodal forums be deliberated in a synodal committee. We are not the ones to decide this. These texts are simply left over, so I think they need to be tackled. Well, that's the way it is. My questions affect two areas. First, responsibilities and tasks. And when it comes to tasks or missions, I would add responsibilities and competencies at the Catholic Church in Germany's level and the relationship with the dioceses. We have to ask several questions, including the question of subsidiarity. This would be close to the tasks and the mandate of the German Bishops' Conference and the Permanent Council. So make sure that you do not take away tasks from the diocesan level to a higher level, and central topics such as evangelization should be emphasized. And when it comes to the composition, we have people not represented here, Catholics not represented here. Ms. Podlinski just mentioned this, the non-German parishes and communities. And I meet people in my day-to-day life who say they don't feel represented here. This is not meant to be a criticism, but I would say that diocesan bishops are in a position to represent auxiliary bishops. I would like to underline what Thomas Löhr just said. A little more specification with a view to responsibility and tasks should be considered. I was present when the Pope gave his historical speech in 2015 about synodality, and I told him, Holy Father, you have triggered something that is still completely open, a novelty, because he didn't say the church holds synods now and then. No, he used the adjective synodal. Synodal 5 times, and this was something truly new. So at all levels, synodality is something that belongs to the nature of the church. So you need synodal bishops and a synodal pope. That's what I told him, and he looked at me with a bewildered face. So actually, you need to be very open-hearted when it comes to synodality. Chiesa synodale, synodal church, that's what he said, and we will only be able to discover it while we are walking along the path. Of course, the theologian's commission's text is important. You should look into it, and it can deepen certain aspects. But the Pope didn't wait for all of this to be clarified. He initiated a universal process at the level of the universal church without every detail having been clarified in advance, as we can feel and see right now. Everything is part and parcel of a very open process that cannot be clarified in advance. And one extreme position that I sometimes hear in Rome, synodality means everybody deliberates and talks and discusses, and just a few people have a proper consultation and one person takes the decision. But this is not the position that is in line with that. And the other extreme would be parliamentarism, but this is something we don't want either. We are in the process of exploring the episcopate and synodality, and this is why I believe this committee is so important.
So, Holger Dönnemann. As a professor, just 5 footnotes on Mr. Marx. The paper was commissioned by Pope Francis, so this is part of the intention. It was initiated in 2015. And then secondly, the Constitution, the Bishops' Synod, and it was in 2019, so the Bishop's Synod described that, and it describes the fact that the synodal process is sustainable. There is an upstream and downstream process, so all the local churches are asked to take part in the synodal process. And then the universal church that we address it to, this process is also to happen within a time frame of 3 years. Again, this is supposed to have a durable notion. So this restructuring, Episcopalis Communio, it is what is called. So a future picture of a church. This is a process that we accompany, basically. And in the preparation of the text, we found out that Cardinal Gregg said, in Latin America and Ireland, and also in Germany, we can have processes that our model processes, not just in the recent hetero correspondence. So we are part of this path. If you're truthful to the magisterium and you provide your oath to the magisterium, then you are part of this process of embarking on this aggiornamento, because we are asked to support the local churches, and this is also mentioned in the gospel.
Ulrich Hoffmann.
So Ulrich Hoffmann is next. As a political Catholic, I am very much in favor of this, and I very much hope that we embark on this path, for one, because this will strengthen our voice as a church in society, and it strengthens it not only as an end in itself, but also it allows the voice of the church to be heard much more and to be strengthened. And a second argument, and I'm also very active in the ecumenic field, and this is also being facilitated by having a synodal council. And the fact that we've arrived at this point is due to the fact that everyone that is part of the synodal assembly is important, with all the voices, with all the points of views and all the differences and all the challenges that result from that. And this is why we've been able to draft such quality papers and such quality texts. So let's stand together and let's stay on the synodal path, and let's make sure that it is a sustainable path as well. Peter Meyer, in the Roman languages, we have a saying that goes along the lines that the path grows while walking under our feet like in a miracle. And this is what synodality stands for. It is a path that we have embarked on and that we are walking on. And that is why synodality is not so much a method, but rather a lifestyle of the church. We need some training. We need to practice. You cannot just turn a switch and you work in a synodal manner. As Professor Edmund said, we need a cultural change within the church as well. And that's a strenuous process. And this is why I fully subscribe to the synodality of the church, also in my diocese, well, not my diocese, but in the diocese that was entrusted to me, that is Augsburg. We do synodal exercises. I also have this in the diocesan council and the priest council with overnight stays to some extent, and in particular the voluntary workers told me that this is quite a cumbersome process. It's quite strenuous. And another element, if we do the kickoff, provide the kickoff to this process today, then we should remind ourselves of the dynamics that we witness in this church regularly. And yes, you provided this impetus, you provided this kickoff, and I just want to make sure that in the assembly to take place in 2 weeks of the German Bishops' Conference, we consult and we really take the time. We confess our commitment to synodality and then reflect on the steps to take and then decide after that. So I have another 6 requests for the floor. Again, this appeal, make sure that you limit your statement to what is absolutely necessary. Sister Philippa is next. You have the floor. I'd also like to thank the members of the Synodal Forum for the clear presentation and for the improvement in quality of the text. And I'd like to speak out in favor of voting yes on the text. What is very important is that the composition of the council as well as of the committee is to reflect the variety within the church, being just to generations and genders, but also have a few people represented that might stand at the outside, at the edge of the process, but still feel truthful to our belief. I think it's been said before, we as members of the congregations can really provide witness statements to the fact that synodal structures and synodality might be tedious at times, but overall they're very enriching. And then also the leadership authority can only be strengthened and never weakened by synodality, and that is why I can only encourage you to embark on this path and to continue to walk on this path together. Thank you. Professor Himmel. Well, thank you. Synodality is a learning process. It's a synodal path. And the learning with each other is important. Why? Because we're all different, but we also are allowed to be different. Some open questions. The Synodal Committee and the Synodal Council, as per this paper, and also from a logical standpoint, are not clearly structured. So we have open questions. One, for instance, the Synodal Council 2023, Synodal Committee 2023, Synodal Council 2026. But it doesn't say how this is supposed to be established, so this can be made more precise. So it's not going to happen without the ZDK and the DBK, and then also these two institutions will also have to change as a result. And what does it mean to be self-binding? What does self-binding mean? Does it apply only for the bishops? No, that shouldn't be the case. It should also apply to the representatives. Does it apply to those that consent? Does it also apply to successors? Does it apply to the entire diocese? There are a lot of questions that remain open. We shouldn't be afraid of those questions, but these questions also lead to inner and outer conflicts, and we don't need to be afraid of these conflicts. We have controversial points of view, but we need all voices, and that's why I can only invite everyone to participate. I don't think it's good to just leave the process at some point, but we also need to learn to listen to all the different points of view. And this is what it means to say you act responsibly, because only then can we have trust in this learning process. So lots of open questions, a synodal path, an open path, but I can only advocate that we vote in favor of this. And if we manage to do it, then this can really be a sign for this church coming to a new chapter of blossoming, a new prophetic sign that I advocated for years now. So I can only ask you to vote yes on the text. Now, Mr. Müller, the auxiliary bishops already pointed to the necessity of their consideration, and I'd also like to talk about the priests, the deacons, and the pastoral workers, and that's why I asked for the floor. We have a working group of the German priest councils that represents the priests and the deacons, and we need to make sure that we have a continuity from the joint conference where you have diocesan bishops and the ZTG being represented, but not the individuals. And I'm going to be a little pathetic in saying that are in the first row of the pastoral care. And my experience, just to finish off, is a very positive one, looking back on the last few days, and we can only embark on the path to the future together, and that's why I keep telling my people as well. Thank you, Mr. Müller, for being short and sweet. And then we have Bishop Vorderholzer. Pope Francis launched the process of synodality, and we're grateful to him for that. He has not presented a comprehensive theology on synodality. We will learn by walking on this path, but Pope Francis and many contributions also set cornerstones and also provided a dissertation on the understanding of synodality on the part of Pope Francis. Bishop Wilmer addressed it briefly, and it's also been referred to numerous times in the statements. Until now, I can see pretty clearly that what we witness here and what is then extended to the Synodal Council to make more sustainable does not necessarily correspond Pope Francis's understanding of synodality. And we also had Bishop Oster allude to that in his Communio article, and that a synodality means a protected space, no pressure by the public or media, no parliament. This is also what Pope Francis entrusted to me in a personal conversation. We have the Persona Fidei being a basis of synodality. Synodality also presupposes the hierarchy but cannot substitute it. And in terms of the self-binding and the self-obligation, I have a lot of concerns as to whether we do not circumvent responsibility that is entrusted to the bishops. And in my bishops' everyday work, I experience a lot of synodality in terms of councils, committees, working groups, and Pope Francis said, use the existing structures and fill it with the spirit of synodality and don't create new structures. And I believe that Pope Francis also is very well informed in that he has stated some concerns And these concerns lead us to the statement of saying there is a Protestant church in Germany already, we don't need a second one. Bishop Dieser. Well, it's kind of challenging to say something now. Well, based on what we've witnessed in the last few days, I've also seen some alarming signals that I believe are very alarming for the church as a whole. And this is due to the fact, in my view, that I perceive a growing hiatus between the shepherds and the people, so between us bishops and the believers in the dioceses. I believe that this exists. We talked about the crisis of the bishop's office, but this is a crisis of the entire church, and it's a very dramatic one. If the people and the bishops do not see a joint path and cannot find a joint path anymore, we cannot really grasp the prophetic spirit anymore, then the entire herd is in great danger, and this is also confessed in the Bible. And that is why in what we're consulting here and also in the specificity of the proposal, I see a great opportunity in that we should not walk towards this abyss and consult on this abyss, but rather practice to get closer together. And also in regards to what my predecessor said, this is part of the practicing. It is not something that we can do in an isolated place where you are amongst yourselves. It can only happen if you do it with one another. And now I'm going to say something that disappoints me, that also leaves me sad, but also alarms me to a certain extent, because I've always thought of myself as a rather conservative person, and we need the conservative side of the coin urgently. We need those that emphasize those elements that have been valid and that need to keep shining. But I dare to say that the conservative side in this assembly is not doing its job sufficiently well enough. I hear a lot of polemic statements, self-referenced complaints, arguments that just try to lead to delays or arguments that try to postpone things to some point in the future. That's not sufficient. We need arguments that allow for dialogue, that are solid arguments.
Als nächstes auf der Redeliste und auch abschließend auf der Redeliste steht.
So the final speaker is Ilma Schitterkarp. Please, 5 sentences. And then one call out and one call from the perspective of the second carrier of the Synodal Assembly. Bishop Betzing started out with his perspective from the point of view of the German Bishops' Conference. My first sentence is, yes, I listened very closely, I was very attentive, and the statements by Bishop Wilmer, by Cardinal Marx, and then Bishop Dieser, and I could name a few individuals, convinced me I do not need to add anything to that. Secondly, timeline. Now is the time. Now is the hour to decide on this, not because anyone were to force this upon us in a parliamentary way, but because we'd like to walk on this path in the future without any but and without going back, but only forward, is how we define this path. Thirdly, from a societal perspective, let us send out a signal that we have laypersons and bishops able to take action. I believe our society needs that, also from a political standpoint. And then fourthly, the ZDK. As the president of the ZDK, I am very well aware of the fact that this decision will not just bring about changes on the side of the bishops, but also will challenge us to change ourselves in what has been our task so far. We are in the midst of a change process at the ZDK as well, and I will face up to this task as well, not knowing what specifically this means. We will need to find this out together. Then fourthly, we give the journalists and the media a signal that their mistrust towards bishops in that you're not willing to do anything much until 2023. We can give them an answer, and we can also show them that this distrust is no longer valid. And then my last sentence, yes, we can do it. Let us show them that we can move. Yes, we can, here and now.
Vielen Dank für die allgemeine Aussprache, die Generaldebatte.
Thank you for the general debate. We are now going to move on immediately to the vote on the motions for amendment. But there is a point of order raised by one member, Bishop Betzing. I know that time is scarce, but I would like to ask for an interruption and a separate meeting by the bishops. And Mr. Podjun has an objection. Yes, we have so little time here. You, the bishops, had just as much time as all the others to deal with these texts. I'm saying this very emotionally. We have another text about inter, trans, and queer people, and it is going to be lost in the end. Please vote now. We've had a point of order, we've had an objection, we are now going to vote on the point of order. The point of order said, let's interrupt the meeting for an internal meeting and consultation of the German Bishops' Conference. The vote is open now. If you're in favor, yes, against, no, abstention, yellow button. And please don't forget to press OK.
Es sind bereits 184, 86.
187 votes have been submitted. We are going to close this vote on the point of order in 3, 2, 1 seconds. Please keep calm. I know that this is something that is really moving. The vote looks as follows. 192 votes cast, 134 in favor of an interruption of the meeting, 52 against, 6 abstentions. We are going to proceed as follows. There will be an interruption of about 20 minutes, and I would like to ask those who are not part of the German Bishops' Conference, please be back on time. No apologies, we had no chance to say this. We would also like to invite you, if the delegates of the ZDK are willing to make use of the time, and the others, please use the time as well. We want to be here in this room for further deliberation and consultation. The bishops, please follow us to Raum Spektrum.
so dringend, dass wir mit dem Synodalen Rat zum Ergebnis kommen, weil sonst eben noch mehr Handlungstexte raus
Nee, er macht's jetzt. Ach so, ach so. Ja, ja, nee, mach das mal ruhig.
So, herzlich willkommen wieder zurück im Saal. Auf den am Bildschirm zugeschaltet. Danke für die Geduld. Wir merken tatsächlich ein Lernen.
Thank you for your patience. This is really a path of learning. Please take your seats as quickly as possible. A warm welcome to everybody, and we are now going to stop for a spiritual reflection in order to then focus content-wise on the little time that we have left. So please take your seats quickly. And those of you who have not yet returned to the hall, please do come in as quickly as you can. And before we come together, we suggest doing a very quiet spiritual reflection in order to listen to what we have in our hearts. A little music and the noontime hymn will help us take a next step into the discussion and decision making. Please take this pause to close your eyes, to relate back to your inner self, and to listen to this input.
Du starker Lenker, wahrer Gott,
You strong
beherrschst den Wechsel
ruler,
aller
true
Dinge.
God, you steer, and you're in charge of the change of all things. You
Feuer in
lead
der
up
Mittagszeit.
the glory of the morning, the fires of noontime.
Potens verax Deus, qui temperas rerum vices, splendore mane instruis, et vignibus meridiem.
Lösch aus die Flammen unseres
Delete the flames of our argument. Take away the heat tormenting us.
Heil sein unserem Leib.
Give salvation to our bodies and peace to our minds.
Extingue flammas litium, aufer calorem noxium, confer salutem corporum, veramque pacem cordium.
Dies schenk uns, guter Vater, du,
Good Father, give us this.
einziger Sohn,
You, the Father's only Son, give us this,
und in
ruling with the Holy Spirit now and in eternity. Amen.
Pater visime, Patrique compa unice, cum Spiritu Paraclito, regnans per omnes saeculum.
Ich danke sehr der geistlichen Begleitung ob dieser Ausrichtung.
Thank you very much to the spiritual companions for refocusing us on the Holy Spirit. I think we can all do with this refocus, with the awareness of the Holy Spirit blowing where it will. With a view to what we are going to discuss now, emotions are raging about in this room. They are really high, and the bishops have debated separately. The Central Committee of German Catholics has debated separately in order to determine the future procedure, and it's important for us to get informed on time. Not always are we present in all the separate sessions, obviously. Now, let us cast a vote on the text that we have discussed. First, the motions for amendment, and then the text in its entirety. And I would like to call on you to be disciplined and to ask questions only if they are extremely specific and make statements only if they haven't been made before. So I think we have extensively discussed. The agenda has been submitted and the program has been reprioritized, and it is going to be further reprioritized. So, Katharina, may I give the sign to you? Prioritization, the texts that have not yet undergone the first reading are to be undergone in the first, are to be subjected to the first reading now, and the Forum 1 has withdrawn the text that would otherwise have been discussed in the second reading now. Let us dive right in the heart of the matter. Let's take a look at the motions for amendment. Tech team, please visualize the Group 1 motions for amendment, the motions for amendment endorsed by the Motions Committee. You know the image. Several texts have been adopted and discussed before in the second reading, and the motions for amendment have already been sorted by the Motions Committee. So let me check whether there are any uncertainties here. No, doesn't seem to be the case. So let's move on to the vote. If you follow the recommendation of the Motions Committee, please press yes. If you don't agree to this recommendation, please press no. If you wish to abstain, please press 3.
So, 183, das heißt, wir
184 votes have been cast. We are nearing the limit of 190, and I'm going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds. Thank you very much. 189 votes have been submitted, and now let's see the result.
Vielen Dank, das ist eine klare
Thank you very much. This is a clear adoption. 170 yes votes, 4 no votes. Category 2 in the second reading. The motions for amendment not recommended by the Motions Committee. The Motions Committee recommends to reject these motions. Any uncertainties here? Well, it seems that you've been able to clarify all uncertainties during the preparation time, so let's move on directly to the vote. If you agree with the Motion Committee's recommendation to reject these motions, please press yes. If you don't agree with the Motions Committee, press no, or else you're free to abstain.
Und auch hier sind wir über 180 abgegeben.
And again, we are above the threshold of 180. We're going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds. 188 votes cast. And we can see the following result. Again, this motion has been adopted by a large majority, 172 yes votes, 2 no votes, 14 abstentions. Now let's move on to category 3 of the motions for amendment.
Also, hier geht es darum, die bestimmte Anträge in
This is about adopting these motions for amendment in a modified shape. Several of them have been discussed, and if you have no uncertainties, and I cannot see any uncertainties, we can move on directly to the vote. If you're in line with the Motions Committee, please press yes. If you disagree, please press no. Alternatively, please abstain. Thank you very much for being so calm and focused. My respect for this. We are getting close to the limit. We are closing the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds. And now we are at 187 votes cast, and we see the following result.
Auch hier eine deutliche
Again, a clear majority for adoption. 166 yes votes, 6 no votes. Now let's move on to category 4, where individual motions are subjected to the vote. I'm now calling the first motion.
Vielleicht, weil ganz viel dazwischen passiert ist, ein Einsatz.
So many things have happened in between. Let me just clarify quickly what this is all about. Or maybe you can clarify quickly what this is all about. Be as concise as possible. You can see it at this point, but the first thing to be voted on now is the suggestion by Bishop Gerber and many other bishops. The key task of the committee is to debate what synodality is all about as a basic structure and action of the Church, and the motions committee strongly endorses this motion. Any questions? A strong endorsement by the motions committee, so since I do not see any uncertainty or questions, let's vote on this motion. If you agree with the motions committee's recommendation, please vote yes. If you don't agree, vote no. Alternatively, abstain. The vote is open now.
Einen Moment Geduld, die Technik arbeitet.
Please be patient with us. The tech team is working hard in the background, and we will see the vote opening in a minute.
Ich bitte um einen Moment Geduld. Auch die Technik muss sehr schnell reagieren auf unser Verhalten.
Yes, the tech team has to respond very quickly to our changes in the program or schedule. So our respect for that. And sometimes we have technical issues or hiccups.
Ein kurzes Signal, ob es ein grundsätzliches Problem gibt.
Can you please let me know quickly whether there is a major problem now?
Wir haben einen Geschäftsordnungsantrag.
We have a point of order. Well, it's either a 5-minute interruption or what our charging devices are almost empty, they're almost running flat, but we can do that in the lunch break. But some of them have their batteries flat. Those whose batteries are absolutely flat should please go to the tech team, except if there are any objections to this point of order. Now, those of you who can no longer use their voting devices, please pick up a new one at the tech desk. We will wait for just as long with our vote, and those whose device is still operational, please vote now. So if you agree with the Commission, please press yes. If you don't agree, press no. And I'm going to close the vote only when and if I say that everybody is equipped with an operational device.
Die Abstimmung läuft. Ich warte auf ein Signal.
The vote is ongoing. Now, those of you who have received their new devices, can you please let me know whether you've been able to vote now?
Gibt es jemanden, der gerade nicht technisch teilnehmen kann, dann bitte ich jetzt
Is there anybody present who, for technical reasons, is unable to participate in the vote? Yes, a person in the back. Would you please pick up a new device, sir? You can actually swap your device with its flat battery for a new one.
Okay, es gehen immer tatsächlich noch neue Stimmen ein. Sind bisher bei 193.
We see new votes coming in, 193, and we are still waiting for some more people to be technically enabled to participate. 194.
So. Okay, Professor Sellmann, wenn Sie mir ein kurzes Signal geben, sobald Sie abgestimmt haben.
Professor Semen, would you please tell me once you've cast your vote? Yes, it is the case. Thank you.
Dann würde ich die Abstimmung schließen. In
Now I would close the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds.
bei 117 Ja und
We are at 177 yes votes and 9 no votes, 8 abstentions. Next motion, please. The motion for amendment is going to be shown in a second. Ms. Kräuter-Kirchhoff, please. Thank you very much. The green text is what we have just resolved on, and now let's discuss what has been deleted here in red, the very broad mandate of the Synodal Committee to debate on major developments in church and society. The Motions Committee recommends to delete this section and to narrow the mandate to what is said below. Any explanations required? Any questions on this point?
Dann kommen wir jetzt in die Abstimmung. Das
Let's then proceed to the vote. The green text has been adopted before. Now it's about deleting the red section. If you agree with the deletion following the recommendation by the Motions Committee, please press yes. If you don't, please press no. Alternatively, please abstain.
haben Sie die Tasten 1, 2 oder 3 gewählt.
Once you've chosen buttons 1, 2, or 3, now this is your last chance. Gone.
Die Bewertung von richtig und falsch sparen wir uns hier, aber wir gucken auf das Ergebnis.
We are not going to look into whether it's right or wrong, but we are going to look into the result.
Das sieht aus bei 194 abgegebenen
194 votes cast, 171 follow the recommendation of the Motions Committee, 15 are against, 8 abstain. So we have completed this vote and we are moving on to the next motion for amendment. And Ms. Kräuter-Kirchhoff has the floor. Thank you. Can you see? This is about the guidelines to be established for the Synodal Committee for the composition of the Synodal Council. It must be equitable in terms of gender and generation, and it should be capable to work in terms of size. It should be a feasible size. And the Motions Committee recommends adopting this motion. Any questions? No? Let's move on to the vote. If you follow the Motions Committee's recommendation to adopt the motion, please press 1. If you don't follow, please press 2. If you want to abstain, please press 3. Always followed by OK.
190 Stimmen haben wir schon erreicht.
We have attained 190 votes. Let's now close the vote in 3, 2, 1.
Und haben folgendes Ergebnis.
And again, we have the following result. 192 votes cast, 163 yes votes, 50 no votes, 14 abstentions. So this motion for an amendment has been adopted. And let's move on directly to the next motion for amendment. And again, I would like Professor Kräuter-Kirchhoff to briefly comment on it. Thank you. This is about the relationship of the Synodal Council and the Joint Conference, and the suggestion is that the Synodal Council views itself as a further development of the Joint Conference and is to replace it. So we do not mean to decide that at this point the Joint Conference is replaced. No, it is about a perspective to replace the Joint Conference. Are there any questions? No? Let's move on to the vote. You agree with the Commission's recommendation, please press yes. If you don't agree, please press no. If you abstain, please press 3. The vote is not yet open, but now you're free to move on.
Wir nähern uns den 190 Stimmen und ich bitte
We are
jetzt
getting close to the limit of 190. Please close the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds. Now, 194 votes received.
ein deutliches Votum
A
der
clear vote of the Synodal Assembly. 178 participants follow suit. So the motion has been adopted. Next motion, the next motion is the final vote. Right, I see. Yes, please. Yes, to begin with, we have a point of order. Yes, Schatzbart. Don't worry, I want our consultations to be transparent, and this is why I would like to put forward a motion for a recorded vote. And there is another motion that asks for a secret ballot, and it is endorsed by 5 persons. So we would actually discuss about the secret ballot first and then talk about the recorded vote. I would like to give a reason for this motion quickly. Yes, he is one of the persons putting forward the motions. In line with Section 6, Paragraph 6 of the statutes, a recorded vote can be applied for. Nevertheless, there is a right to a secret ballot, and the statutes grant us this right in Section 11, provided that 5 members ask for a secret ballot. If now the procedural order and the statutes are in conflict, the statutes override the procedural order. And going back to Section 11 of the statutes, this can regulation, using the verb can, refers to the right to have a secret ballot. So much for the legal foundation or reasoning. And now I would like to move on to the content matter. Pope Francis talked about synodality as a safe space, as we have heard today, and I would like to appeal to you to preserve this safe space. We have found yesterday, whenever a recorded vote is resolved on, it will override the secret ballot, but this is why first we would want to vote about the secret ballot before we move on to the vote on the recorded vote. So please take your device. If you want to approve the motion for a secret ballot that has been submitted to us, please press yes. If you're against this, please press no. A point of order. We have to complete this vote before we move on to taking your motions.
Es sind 5 Antragstellen.
So we have 5 individuals bringing forward the motion. Who are these? That's not secret. We can also read out the names. These 5 individuals are Ms. Schlosser, Ms. Schmidt, Ms. Uhl, Mr. Schahn, and Mr. Liedermann. These 5 individuals have put forward the motion. We have it in writing. And we already explained the underlying process, and just because of that, because we're in the midst of this vote, we will complete that first, and you know that if we have several points of order, we will deal with them one by one. So please now vote on the recorded voting, and if you agree to that, please press 1. If you don't, vote no. And if you'd like to abstain, please abstain. That's for the secret ballot.
Ich will kein Durcheinander machen, aber nach der Satzung ist eine Abstimmung hier nicht vorgesehen.
Well, I don't want to cause any trouble, but according to our statutes, there was no vote scheduled for this. Stop. If you start talking and opening microphones, we will not come to a better solution. We need to go through the points of order step by step, and we need to be calm in doing so. And it's not worth anything if you start becoming impatient now. And we have this point of order, Ms. Salome. I also pointed to the fact that we will vote on one point of order after the other. We are now in the voting process on the secret ballot. Well, I need to intervene. I said something about this. Please close your microphone, turn off the microphone. We will look into this, and we also have this being looked into in the background. If there is anything that's unclear or anything that's not handled perfectly, and I've said this before, but I'm happy to repeat myself, if we start opening microphones, we'll not come to a better solution at all. And let me also point out that we've seen the motions, and if you leave your arm up, then your arms will get tired, and will not change anything about the fact that we'll go through the points of order one by one. Another content-related piece of information, we may have a secret ballot if there is a point of order to that or a motion for that, and we now would like to have you cast your vote to have a secret ballot. And we're closing the vote in 3, 2, 1. So, are you in favor of the motion to have a secret ballot? We have 193 votes cast. Now closing the voting process. So, the motion for a secret ballot has been rejected. We have 48 votes in favor, 138 against, 9 abstentions. The next point of order that we have in front of us, just in order to avoid any confusion, we're going to now vote on the motion for recorded vote. Are there any counter motions to that? There was a counter motion. Yes, there was a counter motion. But a counter motion is not an additional point of order. Is it a formal counter motion, or would you like to give us a reason for the counter motion? I cannot hear you. You're going to have to use your microphone. You just said that after this motion, I will be heard on the point of order. I put forward a point of order that you seconded. I'd now like to say something on the point of order. Well, we're now asking for the counter motion. Now, Ms. Flaxbart put forward a point of order. Is there a counter motion to this motion? If there were a counter motion, we'd be voting on this first. If there is no counter motion to that, we will then vote on Ms. Flaxbart's point of order, who asked for a recorded vote. So has this now been approved? Are there any formal counter motions here on the front? There was a formal counter motion on the point of order by Ms. Flaxbart. So this means that we are now going to vote on this point of order for a recorded vote. So if you agree with the recorded vote that was just put forward, then please press yes. If you disagree with the recorded vote, please press no, and you're welcome to abstain as well.
Okay, wir sind bei 194.
All right, 194 votes have been cast, and we are now closing the vote in 3, 2, 1, and the voting process has been closed.
Diesem Antrag ist zugestimmt worden.
Yes, this motion has been approved. 142 votes in favor, 48 against, and 4 abstentions. Now, let's go on to the next item. Before Mr. Nomine raised his a request for the floor, there were other motions, other points of order. I cannot exactly remember who it was. I'd like to ask you to please. Okay, this does not seem to be the case. So, Mr. Nomine, you also had a point of order. Sorry. Yes. Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone? Two notes. First of all, I think it's legally unbearable that even though you have 5 individuals plead in favor of a secret ballot, you still have a voting happening. And I also believe that it's inconceivable that while voting on the division of power inside the church, that the committee is the last instance to interpret the Articles of Association. And just in case we now have a secret ballot, I'd like to make sure that my vote, at least, is not, and what is this called, is not listed on the internet. I am willing to vote openly and to position myself, but I am not willing, and I'm telling you this, I'm not willing for that to be broadcast on the internet. Thank you for the remark. We have been acting according to the rules of association, the Articles of Association. You can read up on that if you want to. And the instance for the interpretation of the rules of procedure is in the hands of the committee. All that is laid down in the Articles of Association. So that is why, unless you have any further points of order, there is another point of order right here. Yes, I'd like to bring forward a point of order on the interpretation of the rules of procedure. I believe there was too much unclarity in the room. So, first of all, is there a counter motion? There is a counter motion, a formal counter motion, or would you like to provide your reason? Is it a formal one? Okay, so let us now vote on the interpretation of the rules of procedure. If you would like the rules of procedure to be interpreted again, and I already point you to the fact that we did this yesterday, so we might not have to repeat that. So then please press yes if you're against an interpretation of the rules of procedure. Please vote no, and then also you are welcome to abstain from voting. In any case.
Stimmen Sie ab. Wir nähern uns den 180 Stimmen.
So please cast your votes. We're closely approaching the 180 vote threshold.
Und Wir wollen die Abstimmung.
All right, let's close the voting process in 3, 2, 1, and the voting has been terminated.
Dieser Antrag ist abgelehnt.
So this motion has been rejected with 125 nay votes and 60 yeah votes and 8 abstentions.
Und damit ist auch dieser Antrag abgelehnt.
So this motion has been rejected as well. Of course, we have new emotions coming up as a result. So please, let's all try and focus so that we can go to the well-deserved lunch. I do not see any further points of order, so we can now come to the final vote that I am now going to open. All right, so do you vote in favor of the text presented by Forum 1 in its modified form as per the motions that we just went through, or do you vote no, or do you abstain from voting?
Wir haben auch die im Blick, die ihr Gerät tauschen, weil die
And also, we are taking into consideration that some individuals have had to replace their voting devices as the batteries are close to running flat. So we'll uphold the voting until that has happened. We have 102, 103 cast votes. I'm just looking to the technicians. Are we okay? Have people had a chance to get a new voting device with a fully charged battery? Anyone who's not been able to vote on this text because of a technical issue? Okay, all right, we're going to wait until you've had a chance to do so. And now we have reached 195, so this was the missing voice. So I'm hereby now closing the voting process, and we're looking forward to the result. And it is as follows.
Das Ergebnis sieht wie folgt.
Okay, and the result reads as follows. 92.78% of the votes cast are in favor. This equals 167 individuals, and then 13 nay votes, 15 abstentions, and we have had 195 votes in total. So this also provides for a clear 2/3 majority, and we now see the result for the German Bishops' Conference. So this is 87.76% in favor. 43 individuals, 43 bishops have voted in favor, and 6 individuals against. So that's 12.24%, and 10 abstentions with a total of 59 votes cast. So a lot of emotion here in this room.
viele auch sicher jetzt nach dieser Abstimmung unterschiedliche Emotionen im Raum.
So lots of emotions relating to this vote, and I'm asking for a very brief statement on the part of the chairpersons of the forum. You will all have heard the emotions. Thank you for the convincing vote, the great majority vote. Thank you to all those who've been involved in the drafting of the text and who've contributed via hearings and motions. And this also means that we will continue our work. So we're asking for God's blessing and hope that we will be able to continue to keep working on this high level of equality. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. And we will now have a lunch break. And we're just going to see how long the lunch break will be. During lunch, we will have consultations on the further course of procedure, and we will inform you about the results after the lunch break. So the facilitators for the next session will then be informing you about the result of those consultations. But we just like to make you aware that we have different perspectives, different emotions, and we are taking note of that. We have taken note of that. And this is when what is left for us to say is to say thank you for your cooperation. And we'd like to say goodbye to all of you here at this Synodal Assembly. This has been our slot. Thank you so much for this truly outstanding facilitation on the part of the two of you. And we are now taking a lunch break until 1:20. Bishop Steinhäuser wanted to take the floor. Mrs. Steinhäuser, please. I think I need to say something very personal. I think I made a mistake. I made a technical mistake. I think I voted no, but I wanted to vote yes. Please look into this. Thank you for this piece of information.
an die Technik, die Tagesordnung, die dort jetzt steht, auszublenden. Wir haben ja gleich wieder eine andere, deshalb Dankeschön. Und ansonsten möchte ich alle bitten, die Plätze einzunehmen.
So I would like to ask everybody to take their seats again. We don't have much time left, and we would like to start very soon.
Liebe Synodale,
Dear Synod members, please take your seats, find your voting devices. The presidents will arrive shortly and present what we are going to do this afternoon. We don't have much time left, so it all depends also on your discipline, and we count on you.
dann starten wir in die Vorstellung
So we are starting with the updated agenda for this afternoon.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen in der Synodal.
So, dear colleagues in this Synodal Assembly, dear delegates,
Pause, nicht Pause genutzt,
we have used the break, which was not really a break for us, to agree in the extended Synodal Committee how we should proceed in view of the narrow schedule in order to manage to get as far as possible until the end of the regular meeting today. And we would also like to take into account especially those who didn't have the opportunity so far to present their text and to have a discussion on them. And after this deliberation, and after talking with the heads of the forums, and also according to your priorities, what you could reveal and not reveal, we found the following consensus. So, even though we might all want to deal with as many texts as possible, it doesn't really serve anybody to go through a text in 20 minutes. That wouldn't live up to the expectations of any of us. So I hope you can go along with this. But there's a price to pay, so to speak. We cannot deal with all topics today. Okay, now we propose the following agenda. And we have really tried to take into account the dynamics within the Assembly. And this is something which is quite important. You will see on the screens. We will start with the presentation of a text, Breaking with Taboos and Normalisation, Votes on the Situation of Non-Heterosexual Priests. Second point will be the presentation of Synodal Forum number 4, Life and Succeeding Relationships, Living Love and Sexuality and Partnership. The text, implementation text dealing with gender diversity. And now I have to say, unfortunately, that we are quite bold if we announce a third text to be treated. If we manage, that's wonderful, but we don't want to rush through it. So if possible, we will deal with the text, which is a draft of the Synodal Forum number 3, Women in Ministries and Offices in the Church, and it would be the first reading of the implementation text, Proclamation of the Gospel by Women in Word and Sacrament. And we have also taken into account the question of how we end this assembly, and we don't really want to end with a very controversial subject in order not to have a situation with a dissenting mood at the end of the day. So it would be great if we wouldn't spend too much time on discussing this order of the agenda. Maybe I take a little bit of a burden away from the moderators here if I say that if we managed, and I think it would be important in terms of, fairness. We really need a huge degree of discipline in the discussion, and it could be helpful if we shortened the speaking time from 2 minutes down to 1 minute again. I think it could be justified in this context, and to limit the speakers list as well. That might be another idea, but of course it is not great. So if everybody kept discipline, that would be really great. And it also has something to do with fairness vis-à-vis those who have invested so much work and whose topics are supposed to be deliberated and discussed as well. So that's on behalf of the whole committee that I make this proposition. Okay, we have 90 minutes ahead of us in the context of the official Synodal Assembly, and we will make use of the time. And I don't see anybody raising their hands at this moment, so I would like to start with the debate. Oh no, I've got the wrong text in front of me. So, of course, it's the implementation text of the Priests Forum, and it's Father Simon who has the floor. So it's the Breaking with Taboos and Normalisation votes on the situation of non-heterosexual priests. We will hear the introduction. Dear Synod members, dear guests and observers, shortly after it became known that I would be a delegate at the Synodal Path, 2 priests approached me and asked me to not forget the group of homosexual priests. They are a group whom, under the status quo of the Church's magisterium and practice, suffer a lot. They are victims of hostility and threaten to be a victim of power abuse. Very often their situation is being silenced, although their number is quite high. So the many priests who are not heterosexual, who, whether they come out of the closet or not, bring a lot of blessings in the work of the Church. It is to them that this implementation text is dedicated. It has been worked out with a group of priests who are experts for the topic. They are affected persons of homophobic discrimination as well, and I would like to thank all of them for the service they are paying to this Church, in spite of a lot of discrimination they have to face. I thank them for their cooperation in editing this text and for the signs of hope they send and for the hope they place in us. This hope is our mission. Thank you for your contributions. The text describes in its introduction the precarious life situation of non-heterosexual priests in a field of tension, of discrimination, taboos, and the fear of being denunciated. Although the situation cannot be described fully, in the experience report, it becomes clear that there's a systemic problem of massive unfairness causing great suffering to body and soul. Of course, there are different realities as well. In some parts of the church, non-heterosexual persons are being appreciated in the parishes and communities, also non-heterosexual priests. Such places exist. However, there are huge discrepancies. But also those places where respect and appreciation exist cannot mislead us to deny that discrimination is omnipresent. The church in its different parts and levels has become guilty in doctrine and in practice. We need a reversion. We need to change the course, and we need a new beginning. 4 aspects are being dealt with in this implementation text. First aspect, credibility and recognition. The Catholic Church in Germany does not recognize the reality of the priests yet. In the text, we want this recognition in all clarity. Some places, a culture of silent acceptance exists. By talking to affected persons, I've learned that this is not enough. In a mood of subtle and open rejection, what we need is clear words from the responsible persons and from the believers. What we need is a real sign sent by the Church, the German Church and the global Church, that they belong to the Church. They need to hear, you belong to us. Second point, reappraisal of discrimination. In Germany, the discrimination of non-heterosexual priests should be worked on in order to pay recognition to the priest. The way this reappraisal should take place needs to be clarified in dialogue with the affected persons. Third point, awareness raising and respect. The Catholic Church in Germany needs to encourage all responsible persons, church leaders, etc., to deal responsibly with non-heterosexual priests and all other human beings, whatever their sexual orientation may be. Who shows an attitude of discrimination should not be in a position of a leader. In order to encourage awareness-raising processes, the Catholic Church in Germany will work together with a state anti-discrimination offices, etc. Fourth point, legal equality. A ban on training non-heterosexual men as priests, for instance, should be lifted. So changes in canon law must be applied in order to guarantee the rights of non-heterosexual men or priests who have not been ordained yet. The goal is the lifting of all discriminatory stipulations. The bishops and responsible persons for training priests are being asked to vote in favor of such a lifting of these stipulations and a reappraisal of homosexuality as it has been worked out in Forum 4 and adopted by the Synodal Assembly yesterday. The goal is a church where everywhere and at all levels not the sexual orientation counts, but the human and spiritual skills that should be decisive for somebody taking up an office or not. The readers of the text have stated that the footnotes are more than simple commentaries. What is written in there is very important. Footnote 3 shows the problem of the wording of a deep-seated homosexual tendencies, end of quote. And the fact that those who are responsible for the training do not clearly know what is meant by these words. This vagueness in terms of language might create gray zones, so this should be remedied. The commentary that such a footnote is influenced by an emotional tone is to be rejected. It is a very factual comment here. In footnote 4, there's the approach or reproach that the homosexual priest will be automatically linked to violence against minors, sexual violence, sexual abuse. And this is not corresponding to the truth. Of course, this reproach cannot be understood any differently than hostility towards a group of humans, a human being, even though it might be disguised as a pious intention. The affected persons have urged the Synodal Forum to reject this reproach in a proactive manner, so that it is not being repeated publicly. So I would like to object to this narrative, which is homophobic and hostile to the human dignity. So this footnote will have to be worked on and reworded. Now, let me speak about the motions for amendment. 45 motions have been submitted, and the motions committee regarding this implementation text consisted by me, Susanne Deutsch, and Dorothea Steinebach. And there were two other members of the Synodal Forum number 2, and I'm representing all of them today. Thank you for your effort and the good cooperation. I would also like to thank Charlotte Dietrich, the director of our forum, who did a lot of work in order to ensure the whole preparation of the forum. And she needs to do it because she's the only person who is willing to do that. For 1 year, the forum has been waiting for a second member to be sent by the Bishops' Conference, but all our demands have been ignored so far. So, dear President of the German Bishops' Conference, dear Secretary General of the Bishops' Conference, if you do not want our forum to fail due to the fact of lack of staff, I really pray that you send us some help. Otherwise, we would need to go on strike. Okay, back to the text. The Motions Committee has allocated the motions to 4 categories that you will find in the presentation. May I interrupt you? The question is whether we speak about the motions. We need a debate, or whether we continue with the motions straight away. Let's go on and have the debate at the end. Okay, several comments propose to change the title of the implementation text and to replace normalization by appreciation. This is something we are in favor of, so we recommend to the Synodal Assembly to change the title. Many comments make useful proposals regarding the wording, the language, and the structure of the text. Motion number 2 suggests to accept these changes. Number 3, awareness raising and respect. The wording should be changed, so no leaders with a discriminatory behavior. Discriminatory behavior is to be condemned and to be sanctioned. So this is a clear stance which the Motions Committee supports with their recommendation. Footnote 4 was, as I have explained, considered to be leading to misunderstandings, such as it should be reworded, and the Motions Committee recommends to such a rewording and also use another wording when it comes to proactive discrimination. Note from the interpreters, this speaker has not submitted his draft, so it is very difficult to follow him. I would also like to thank all of those who will use the debate to give us constructive feedback, please bear in mind it is the first reading, so it is mostly about giving us a sign whether the text goes into the right direction, whether you give us permission to work on it to continue. And yeah, you can always use Antragsgrün. Thank you very much.
Ja, herzlichen Dank. Dann würde ich sagen, wir eröffnen die Redeliste.
Thank you very much. Let's open the speakers list. We heard what the president said. We decreased the speaking time to 1 minute, and we will try to have a max of about 25 speakers on the speakers list. Pastor Christoph Uttenreuter.
Achso, ich bin schon auf Sendung, ja.
Ah, okay, I'm live already. Strange that it says speaking list of heterosexual priests. Something's wrong there.
Also,
All right.
drei Bemerkungen habe ich, ja. Das erste,
I have 3 notes. First, the deadline for amendments was during the school vacations in the state of Bavaria, so I was not able to send in my amendments before the deadline. I sent them in afterwards, and I hope that you could use them. Footnote 3 is central here. The consequences here and what it actually means for people is what is key. And that is really important if we want to decrease suffering. I sent all of that in writing, and I hope that you can use that. Thank you very much for that note. This is what the first reading is about. What direction do we want to go into? What would we need to include? Dr. Rainer Nomine is up next. I have a very harmless question. I heard discrimination is something that we must stop. That is clear, but it's also something that needs to be punished. What do you understand by punishing? So who is punishing whom here? On what basis? Thank you. We are just going to collect all those questions, and then Brother Simon can hopefully answer them. Bishop Gerber. Concerning point 4, at the ad limina visit, I am supposed to be the speaker when we are meeting the Claris congregation, and I am going to name this problem very clearly. This would be a first step. We need to start the discourse here, and we can do that. Thank you, Bishop Gerber. Dr. Ani is up next. I have a short proposal. I would say it's only fair that we have at least one priest from the mother tongue congregations involved in this subject, because they are affected, and it's about the perception of the world. It's about the universal church here. So we need to have a mother tongue priest from the universal church involved in this forum. This is just a proposal. Thank you. Archbishop Hesse. We're talking about people who are not supposed to exist here, but they do exist. And I think it's an important and it's the right step to go into this direction, taking them out of this corner that they have been pushed into, that corner of shame. And we have already moved quite a lot here. But I, for example, know one priest from my diocese who was involved in this, but he only took part anonymously. So this is not enough. I am almost proud that there are priests from my diocese who came to me and personally talked to me about this. And now I'm in a very difficult situation, and I think such a paper does not only help those people affected, but it helps the church as a whole. It helps everyone who trains priests, it helps the bishops, it helps everyone who's responsible for personnel. It helps us all to deal with these people in a truthful and open way. That was not possible in the past, then it would be. So I'm very interested, in addition to what we talked about yesterday concerning homosexuality, to take this step into the future. Thank you, Archbishop Hesse. After the next speaker, we are going to close the speakers list. So if you want to be on the speakers list, give us a sign within the next minute. Bishop Fürst. I would like to plead my case in the following way. We should use this first reading. We should qualify this paper, should get a majority, and then move on to the second reading. In the Diocese of Rottenburg-Stuttgart, there are non-heterosexual men who are openly non-heterosexual. They can become priests. Oh, sorry, I meant homosexual priests, of course. So they told me that they would respect celibacy, and so we were okay with them being priests. In point 2, the dialogue with people affected, so reappraisal, acknowledgement. This is something that I want to do. I want to support these priests. I want to support them in outing themselves publicly. I don't want to oblige them to out themselves, of course. And the third point, in note 4, there's something that I would like to contradict. The study shows that in the biggest, that most priests who are alleged to sexual abuse, it's not about sexuality, but about power. That is something that I would like to contradict. There's no basis that supports this claim. Thank you. So we are going to close the speakers list now. And Pastor Uttenreuter is up again. I would just like to add something really quickly. I would just like to ask you to talk in this text only about homosexuality and not about celibacy. Reappraisal does not need to be started for priests as it is done for all homosexuals. So let's concentrate on footnote 3. Thank you. Next up is Dr. Vesper. I have 2 points that I would like to raise. When I read this text, I think about a universal church perspective, and I think it's very important to have this text. Ratio Fundamentalis Institutionis is very important to be included here. We definitely need to keep that, because this text is going to be important for other countries as well. The theoretical exclusion of non-heterosexual priests, that is something that we should work on a little bit more, because these people exist. They are in existence. They are a human existence. And that sounds a little bit negative in this phrase. So that should be changed a little bit. The language should be changed. My next point is also pertaining to language. Looking at it from a universal church point of view, we should talk about homosexual men here. That non-heterosexual is something that we understand, but I would say, let's just say homosexual. This is way more clear. Thank you. Monsignor Hermes. I am representative of a priest's council, and I would like to actually express my appreciation for this paper, especially after the Out in Church initiative. This really shows appreciation for many of my brothers, especially when we talk about, celibacy. That is something that we should differentiate here, because it is valid for people of all sexual orientations. When we look at the clerical law, then this doesn't really apply here, even if it is mentioned in this draft, but the legal circumstances are a bit different here. If you vote against this, you should know what signal you are sending to the priests in our church. If you, the bishops, vote yes, you will send a signal to your priests, and you will have to justify if you vote against such a paper that talks about doing away with this taboo. Thank you very much. Bishop Oster is up next. The text brings me in the same dilemma that I talked about yesterday. As soon as a bishop talks about this topic in general, if a bishop talks about homosexuality, a bishop will often hurt people who are homosexual. So this is actually very difficult for a bishop, especially because I have a relationship of trust with the priests in my diocese. The text that we ratified yesterday, and I said that this text went a bit too far from my point of view. This text does as well. I already talked with homosexual priests in my diocese personally, and I don't want to create a climate where they are outed. I think we should take smaller steps and not take this huge package that includes so many different things. If this package was a bit smaller, I could be with this proposal. As it is, I can't. Sister Katharina is next. I think the truth liberates us, and it is a truth that there are homosexual priests, that there are many homosexual priests. About different formulations, we can definitely debate that, but footnote 3 is just stupid. No psychologist knows what those deeply rooted homosexual tendencies are supposed to be. Father Simon already said that many times in the forum, that they need help in their work. Dr. Anni, you could have helped there. Thank you very much. Dr. Eckstein. Thank you very much. I would like to reply to Bishop Oster really quickly. I don't think that agreeing to today's text is necessarily based on yesterday's text. A homosexual priest who is celibate is within canon law. But I would like to add the training of priests. For the personal development of seminarists, we need to do away with this taboo. That is something that we also saw in the study of on priests who commit sexual abuse. The last speaker is Ms. Regata. I completely support doing away with this taboo. I completely agree with Sister Katharina. There are many homosexual priests in the parishes, also in parishes of different mother tongues. So if we are going to create a future council, we don't know if that is going to be included in this text in the second reading, but we need to make sure that also the parishes of different mother tongues are reflected in this final document. Thank you very much for the debate. Father Simon, you probably want to reply, right? Yes, I will try to be brief. I heard everything perfectly. We took down all the notes, everything you said. Yes, the differentiation between the general question of the celibate and the general question about homosexuality in general, or non-heterosexuality in general in the church, that differentiation is very important, I believe. Mr. Nomine, I'm not a judge. I'm not a legal expert. What you said, you talked about how can we punish. I hope you're going to help us to find out how we can. So I'm Just looking around, we are going to move on to the vote. And I would be happy if we could put the amendments for change on the screen for the vote. In the first reading, just as a reminder, we don't need those double two-third majorities. So it's a bit easier. So, first amendment is the following. Between line 3 and 4, we are going to insert with different amendments. The forum appreciates that the title is going to be Breaking with Taboos and Normalisation. If you so it's about the appreciation. If you are okay with your vote, yes.
Bitte machen Sie Gebrauch von Ihrem Stimmrecht.
Please vote now.
Wir würden die Abstimmung innerhalb der nächsten 5 Sekunden schließen.
Within the next 5 minutes, we are going to close the vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So we have 179 votes. We didn't get to 180, but let's have a look at the result. So 154 votes yes, that's 92.22%, 13 votes against and 13 abstentions. So 180 votes after all. This amendment passed. Next amendment. Here it's about the topic that we know from the last General Assemblies. It's about different aspects pertaining to the language and the structure of the text. And the Motions Committee actually recommends voting yes on these different amendments. They're going to look into them into detail. So if you are okay with these different amendments pertaining to language and structure, then vote yes.
Ich sehe jetzt im Augenblick nicht, wie viele Stimmen abgegeben wurden.
Now I see how many votes have been cast. So I hope we're going to get to 180. We have a couple of seconds left. And within the next 5 seconds, we're going to close the vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So looks like 170 votes. 159 votes for yes, 14 votes against, 14 abstentions. So that has passed as well. And it's clear what the Motions Committee has to do now. Let's move on. Here we have the green text again. I'm going to read it out really quickly. It has been requested that the forum appreciates the following: that someone who discriminates should not have a leadership position. That formulation is not enough. People who discriminate must be punished. The formulation in Amendment 3 needs to be changed, and the Motions Committee recommends voting yes on this amendment. If you agree with the Motions Committee, press the 1. If you don't agree, press 2. or abstain.
Wir nähern uns der Zahl von
We're getting close to 180 votes cast. I'm going to give you a couple seconds. Please vote now. The number of votes is still climbing. We're closing the votes now.
Auch hier ein klares Ergebnis.
Again, the result is clear. 80% voted yes, so that's 133 votes. About 20% against, that's 33, and 17 abstentions, so this amendment has passed. Let's move on. Here it says in footnote 4, the formulations could be misunderstood, so they should be reworked. Over the course of that reworking, we still want to keep a proactive position against a generalized reproach that homosexual priests are automatically abusers. So the Motions Committee recommends you pass this. You can vote now.
Mehr als 180 Stimmen sind schon eingegangen.
So we have over 180 votes already. So let's come to a close here.
Mein Gerät funktioniert nicht, das bleibt bei
My device doesn't seem to work.
Müssen Sie vielleicht das Gerät austauschen?
Maybe you need to change your voting device then.
Entwarnung, jetzt hat's geklappt.
Oh, no, it works. Perfect. Then we're going to close the vote.
Auch hier ist das Ergebnis sehr klar. Über
The result, again, is very clear. Over 91% vote yes. That's 157 votes. 14 votes against. So this amendment has passed.
Gut, dann machen wir weiter.
Let's move on.
Sind wir, gucke einmal.
I'm just looking around. Are there any questions? We're moving on to the final vote on the entire text. As I already said, for the first reading, we don't need the double two-thirds majority. We do have a motion on the rules of procedure. Yes, I would like to motion for recorded vote. Is there an objection? I see an objection by Stefan Vesper. I would like to object, as I did in another meeting. I don't think we should have recorded votes in the first reading. All right, let's vote on this motion on the rules of procedure. That's paragraph 5, phrase 3, letter M. If you are for the recorded vote in this first reading, vote yes. If you are against a recorded vote, vote no or abstain. And another note concerning the devices. If you have an issue with your device, approach the technicians directly. So again, if you are for a recorded vote, yes. Against, vote no.
Wir haben 186 Stimmen.
We have 186 186 votes. I'm going to give you 3 more seconds.
1, jetzt ist sie geschlossen.
The voting has ended.
Waren für die
48 were in favor of a recorded vote, 133 again, 6 abstentions, so we will not have a recorded vote in this first reading. So, we can move on to the final vote on this text. Those of you in favor of this text, if you support this text, vote yes. If you're against, vote no or abstain. So, breaking with taboos and normalization, votes on the situation of non-heterosexual priests is the title.
So, bitte stimmen Sie ab.
Please vote now.
Wir sind noch 200 Menschen hier im Raum. Wir haben jetzt
We still are 200 people here in the room. We have recorded 186 votes. We're going to close the voting in the next 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
mit über 90%.
With over 90% votes in favor, this resolution is passed.
Das ist für das Priesterforum eine Aussage, mit der Sie hoffentlich gut weiterarbeiten.
I hope that is something that you can work with, Brother Simon. Stefan Buttgereit has the floor. Dear Synod members, me and Bishop Gann would like to thank you for this clear result. Thank you, Brother Simon, for the work that you have done, and we will continue that work within the forum.
Just a little note on the devices, the voting devices. Some of them are running low on a battery, so please address the technicians if you have any difficulties, then we can sort it out quickly. On the left-hand side of the room, if you, take my perspective, you get a new device. We have quite a lot of speed this afternoon, so we will hand over to the next team of moderators and have a great success.
So, auch wir machen hier direkt nahtlos weiter. Und ich rufe auf den Tagesordnungspunkt 5.
Okay, now next point is dealing with gender diversity. And I ask...
Alle sind wirklich heute sehr fit. Vielen
Well,
Dank, Professor Lopüdepohl.
all of you are very quick today. Okay, Professor Lopüdepohl starts. Again, note from the interpreters, no manuscript available. So we hope you will not read too fast. I have been asked shortly to give an introduction, so my statement will be short. Dealing with gender diversity, this implementation text has 3 substructures in the text. First of all, a general introduction, then the second part is about improvements. So these proposals are submitted to the bishops in Germany. And the third part is about recommendations to the Holy See. Now, after a brief introduction by the Motions Committee, we would like to keep the space open for all of those who experience particular difficulties with this text and with the theological and anthropological background. This is why we asked to Well, ask especially those who have such problems or challenges with the text to raise their voices so that we can work on the text accordingly. So this is my demand, and I would like to hand over to the spokesperson of the Motions Committee. Thank you for the floor. I'm quite delighted to stand in front of you again and to present the work of the Motions Committee. Besides me, Mara Klein and Henrik Johannemann were part of this, and both of whom, unlike me, co-authored the text. We were in the committee actively supported by Michael Kager and Rainer Gottschalk from the Synodal office. Big thank you for that, and we would also like to thank the editorial team for the draft and all of you who made comments, suggestions, etc. for improving the text. Altogether, we have been dealing with 56 comments in the committee and discussed how to arrange these submissions and present them to you as clearly as possible. And we very much hope that all those who commented on the text will find themselves reflected in our proposed motions. Basically, allow me to say that we can say that all the comments submitted agree with the core concerns of the implementation text and substantiate it. The fundamental goal of a changed approach to inter and transgender people towards equal recognition, as well as proposals for specific action, have received exclusive support from those who have commented. The commentators, on the other hand, have different opinions on the style of the text. Some consider the language to be clear and appropriate. Others perceive individual formulations or even the basic tone as being too sharp or emotional. In addition, there have been suggestions regarding stronger integration of empirical findings, additions to the content, and proposals for clarification or better readability. We have summarized all submissions into a total of 6 amendments. So these motions for amendment summarize the majority of our comments. 1 to 3 and 4 to 6. 4 to 6 are very concrete additions to the options for action in the text. So maybe we can show amendment number 1. It summarizes editorial comments or commentaries. These include the examination of individual terms that have been assessed as inappropriate, as well as comments concerning a general wording, such as the question of the style in which the options for action are to be formulated, like it shall be made possible or it will be made possible. We don't want to bore you with details, but we recommend reviewing all these submissions insofar as they do not contain any substantive changes. Okay, some comments criticize the text for not adequately reflecting gender diversity and its focus on inter and transgender people. For example, the text does not address people whose gender identity is already recognized by the Church. These comments have been summarized in amendment number 2, and we recommend that the proposed completions be considered and checked. And amendment 3 addresses the divergent perceptions raised with regard to the basic tone. We recommend a close examination of all comments with a concern to find the appropriate balance between factual language and a non-embellished presentation of the current situation of trans and inter people. Now, regarding the specific proposed amendments 4 to 6, maybe we can have them here on the screen. They are about changes to measures at the level of the Church in Germany. So it's, for instance, A4, guaranteeing the admission of trans and inter people to voluntary tasks. This is not a legal term, it's a bit general. A5 is about equal access to or retention in an institution of consecrated life or a society of apostolic life. And number 6 is about the abolition of the determination of the state of external sexual characteristic, where it is still practiced in the course of the acceptance of a man as a seminarian. I didn't know that before, but it exists in Germany, but also in other countries. So the external sexual characteristics are being used to determine whether a man is accepted as a seminarian. And finally, a personal note is important to me. I'm grateful for this work in the Motions Committee. And I think it was you, Dr. Tiefensee, who mentioned the hearing yesterday. I really learned a lot. And I think I'm somebody who walks through reality with open eyes. But there I caught myself to be ignorant in some matters, and I could learn a lot. And I wish all of us a great experience together. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for this introduction. Also, the introduction to the motions for amendment. Now we will have the general debate. I remind you to keep an eye on the time. Please be focused on the motions themselves, the motions for amendment. Stay with the topic. Keep an eye on the time. And I think in the general debate, it is necessary to remind you that the way we put forward things is important. So mind your words, mind the tone, the language you use. And we open the speakers list. The first person is Miriam Krefeld. I am very grateful, also on behalf of Mara and Hendrik, that this text is being discussed here. Something unusual is happening. Mara and Hendrik, due to the high psychological pressure, have left the assembly. Now, this is why I'm going to read Mara's statement. So I speak on behalf of Mara Klein. I know that many people are here in this room today who do not understand what inter and trans means. Huge doubts exist pertaining to this subject. I know that they lack the language and the knowledge to live up to the demands of inter and trans people, and sometimes even get into touch with them. In this deathly speechlessness, our foundational text provides a first document to make a beginning. So, to all bishops who, due to these facts, voted against the text Thursday night, but never were present at any hearing, only 6 bishops attended the hearing, I really plead you to assume your responsibility. Bishop Disa, greetings to you, and I recommend him as a fraternal point of contact. I understand that some of us are missing words, but we should be willing to admit that and be willing to start to learn, even if that might be some effort. It would be negligent to act otherwise. Please keep an eye on the time. I know that the text we are talking about today can only be a beginning, but it is a step which is necessary, and many trans and inter people have been waiting for it for a long time. Some of them have left the church, but they really keep on hoping for the step to be taken. Thank you. Next on the speakers list. Well, I'm just going to start talking. My name is not there, but really, I continue speaking. I think this text is important. I find this question is, I really see myself as a learner in regard to this subject. I thank Mara Klein and those who have worked with her. Yes, it's about language, about the ability to speak. And one aspect is crucial to me. It is not enough to adopt only one perspective here. Neither the biological perspective can be sufficient, neither the creationist theory is enough. We need an interdisciplinary approach to this question and need to be ready and willing to have our own perspectives completed and maybe also corrected, extended by the perspectives of others. And this text is an invitation to it. Wolfgang Klose, thank you. I would like to start by speaking on the general text. If Hendrik and Mara had not been there, this text would never have seen the light of day, and I'm endlessly grateful for that. I have learned a lot, and I have learned to appreciate them a lot, and I'm really, yes, glad and grateful that there are people among us who teach us to be open and honest with regard to this topic. So I would really invite all of us to read this text intensely. We are at the first reading only, meaning we are still working on it. A lot of things will need to be changed, but we're addressing points that are crucial, really crucial. So what we can do here is actually send out the first encouraging sign. Thank you. Gregor Potschun is next. I said a lot this morning. I think discrimination kills, and I actually will give my speech time to the next speaker. And yeah. Janusz Rogel. Thursday after the vote, I spoke in the direction of a baby of another synod member, and I talked to this human little being in my mind and said, you can either be queer or Catholic. And I denied myself in my being, and of course it is untrue, because this child, this little child, had already been baptized and it's already Catholic. And if God wants it to be, maybe it is already queer from the very first morning of its existence. And I think the Church must learn to stand beside those who are queer and no longer strengthen those who hate us, who discriminate against us, who favor violence against the queer community, intertrans persons. I was really dismayed about the vote's result Thursday evening, and this morning I was shocked that again I got the impression that in this church apparently there's no space for us to be, that this is not a place or a space for us to voice our grief and our complaints and our distress.
Wir würden nach dem nächsten Beitrag dann die Redeliste schließen.
After the next person, we will close the speakers list. Michaela Labuda. Thank you, Janusz, for your contribution, for sharing your story with us. I have a daughter. She's 15 years old, so she's going through puberty at the moment, and like all youngsters at this age, she is developing her access to her physicality. And in her class at school, there are 2 children with a trans identity, and they are really relaxed with it. They are really cool with it. It is part of their normality. And I find it is really a blessing, and it is helpful that in their environment, there doesn't seem to be a sustainable discrimination. It is not totally true what I'm saying here. Of course, they are threatened in theory with discrimination as well. But I'm delighted to see that for many other children in the class, for their friends, it's totally normal. And if we can't do this because we are from another generation, it is due to the fact that we have never learned to deal with it. And today we have a chance, an opportunity to adopt a text leading us to a more normal dealing with that for the sake of the coming generations. Thank you.
The speakers list is closed. Esther Goebel is next. So God created man, and it was good. This is what we believe. So it isn't possible that some of those humans think that other humans that were also created by God can't exist. I want to not have that situation in my work. Dorothea Schmidt. I think that this resolution creates so many questions. There are so many definitions still missing. Also, how can we cooperate with the secular jurisdiction? How can we define gender? How should we define gender? So we have questions here that go against the story of creation. Many here say that they want to learn, but we can't just create new definitions for a theology that existed for 2,000 years. You can't just say you don't know enough about this topic. Bischof Kohlgraf. Yesterday, we voted on the text Reevaluation of Homosexuality, and I remember the talks that we had with representatives of Out in Church in the city of 14 Heiligen. When it comes to the catechism, we need to still do a lot when it comes to inter and trans people, especially when we look at catechism. These people don't exist in catechism, and that's a huge problem. Markus Schuck. In the forum on sexual teaching over the last 2 years, I learned a lot about gender diversity. I believe it is a question of generation. If I look at my children, they deal with it a lot. They deal with it a lot more easy. Thank you, Mara, also for teaching us. I have thought a lot about the teaching of creation, and I think it's very easy. Every human was created by the Creator and has been created good. And that makes it so easy. We accept every human and we fight against discrimination against them. That's what this text is about, and that's why we should adopt it. Lukas Nusser. My pulse is going up, and I'm really worried about this text because I remember our first day, and I didn't hear many of you today. I don't understand how this first text could fail. Have you understood? Did you understand? This was our opportunity to look into this topic. That's why it's on the agenda. Now we are going to anonymously vote. The reading looks good, and then the voting goes a different way, and we're surprised again. I'm disappointed. Gudrun Lux. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, please vote for this text. I believe it is of eminent importance, and I would like to object to what Ms. Schmidt says. It's not about having something that was in place for 2,000 years, so it needs to stay forever. Knowledge changes. In the past, we believed that if there's no rain, you just have to pray harder. Now we know that there's a thing that's called climate. We know how that works, how weather works. We have learned about genetics. We have learned about how different people can be. And I think those advances in science and knowledge is something that we need to accept. People are more diverse than that gender binary of men and women. I'm going to be very clear. It goes against God. It goes against God to ignore that and push people out and disregard them. Our last speaker is Sandra Perino. I would also like to say thank you for this text. Thank you, Mara. Thank you, Hendrik. Thank you, Janos, for being here. For me, on this meeting of the Synodal Path, it was the first time that I met queer people who are active in our church, and it was something that was very impressive for me. I learned a lot. I take a lot home with me, and yeah, I think we can really say that we are learning here. That's very important to say also for me, who is from a younger generation, and I want for the next generation to be able to be queer and to be Catholic. And if that doesn't exist in the catechism, we need to change the catechism. Thank you, Bishop Colgraf, for that. Please accept this text. Please let us continue working on that for us, but also for the next generation. So our debate is over now. We are in our first reading on this implementation text, so we are going to vote on it now. If possible, we are going to start voting on the first motion for amendment.
Und da haben wir ihn auch schon. Die Antrags
There we are. The motion commission recommends that all notes that are double, that are not well suited, that they should be referred to the Synodal Forum and be checked by them. So we know what this amendment is about. We all understood it. So let us vote on that now. If you want to follow the motions committee, vote yes. That's the button 1. Against would be button 2. And if you want to abstain, that would be the button 3.
Es gehen zögerlich die.
I see the numbers rising slowly. If you have any issues with the voting device, please turn to the technicians immediately. We're going to close the voting in 5. Now.
Das Ergebnis kommt sicherlich auch gleich.
I hope we're going to see the result.
Wir haben 162.
We have 162 votes for, 3 votes against, and 10 abstentions. Let's move on to the next motion for amendment.
Damit ist der Antrag angenommen. Das nochmal.
That amendment was passed, by the way.
Änderungsantrag 2 wird uns bestimmt gleich.
Motion for amendment 2 is up on screen now. The Motions Commission recommends the implementation text to check the text against the foundational text, life in succeeding relationships, and focus on the rights of inter and trans people and the way they're dealt with. Let's move on to voting, as there are no questions. But the foundational text doesn't exist, right? The foundational text doesn't exist anymore. Maybe Michael Behrensen of the Motions Committee can say something to that. Yes, we would have to strike out the phrase that says we're going to base this check on the basis of the foundational text. So that would be struck out, but we would still check the different amendments. The fact that we are referring to the foundational text was a part because it existed at the time, but it's not vital. So we would still recommend you vote yes, so that we can check and include those points. Let's move on to voting.
Wir schließen gleich die Abstimmung. 5.
We're going to close the voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Und werden gleich das Ergebnis sehen.
And we're going to see the result shortly.
Es wurden 174
So 174 votes have been cast, 91%, 149 votes were in favor, 14 votes were against, 11 votes were abstentions. This amendment is passed. Motion for Amendment 3 is up next. The Commission recommends to check the tone of the text and, if necessary, adapt it in a way that the situation of trans and inter people in the Church are being depicted in a matter-of-fact way and without any embellishment. Please vote on that. 1 would be yes, 2 would be no, 3 would be abstention.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung in 5.
I'm going to close the voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Es sind 171 Stimmen eingegangen,
171 votes have been cast, 145 in favor, 12 against, 14 abstentions. This amendment has passed. Let's move on to motion for amendment number 4. The committee recommends to include the aspect accepting trans and inter persons for volunteer tasks.
Sie können das noch nicht erkennen, wir können es hier erkennen. Derzeit gehen 160.
So we have 161, 62 votes cast. We're going to close voting in 3, 2, 1.
Der Änderungsantrag ist angenommen.
The motion for amendment has passed. 170 votes were cast, 157 votes in favor, 4 against, 9 abstentions. Amendment 5. The committee recommends including the aspect of equal access to or remaining within an institute of ordained life or in a society of apostolic life. Please vote now.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab. Wir schließen.
Please vote now. We are going to close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wir haben 142 Ja-Stimmen.
We have 142 votes in favor, 21 against, 12 abstentions. The amendment number 5 is therefore passed.
Und damit gehen wir, wenn ich das richtig sehe, in den
And that means we're going to move on to our last motion for amendment, amendment number 6. The committee recommends including the following aspect: abolishment, the analysis of visible gender markers for seminarians. That is still practice. So abolishing that. Please vote now.
Wir bitten um Konzentration, auch wenn
Please, everyone, focus. We know it's difficult. We're going to close the voting in 3, 2, 1. Let's have a look at the result.
abgegeben.
173 votes have been cast, 142 in favor, 20 against, 11 abstentions. This motion is passed as well. That means we have voted on all motions for amendment, and before we're going to move on to the final vote on the entire text, I saw your motion on rules of procedure, but first... Oh, no, you want to speak after the voting. So, Lucas, your motion. I would like to submit the motion for recorded vote. And because before anyone objects, I would like to appeal to you, ask yourself for whom you want to create a safe space here. With whom do you want to create a dialogue if you want to improve this text? Is there an objection to this motion? There is an objection. Is it a formal objection, or would you like to speak on that? No? Then let's vote on this motion on the rules of procedure. The motion for recorded vote. If you are in favor of a recorded vote, vote yes. If you are against, vote no.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung in 5.
I'm going to close voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dem Änderungsantrag haben 91 Personen
91 people voted in favor, 84 people voted against, 5 abstentions. That means this motion on the rules of procedure has been passed. We are going to proceed to a recorded vote. Now we're going to proceed to the final vote on our implementation text under point on the agenda 5.4, dealing with gender diversity. The voting is live now.
Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your vote now. I'm going to close voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Und wir sind gespannt auf das.
We are anxiously expecting the result. 155 people voted in favor, 9 against, 12 abstentions. That was 176 votes cast in total. So the motion for the implementation task on dealing with gender diversity has been passed in the first reading. Can I proceed? Can I start talking? Yes, I would like to say thank you on behalf of our forum. Thank you for that vote of confidence. We're going to keep on working. I would just like to give you a reading tip to all of you. Created and Loved, a guide for Catholic schools on identity and gender. That is a declaration of the Australian Bishops' Conference that was published the day before yesterday, and it is like a blueprint for our work, and I think it shows that we are in a very good company in the Universal Church here. We don't have much time left, but we would definitely like to vote on another text today. That would be the implementation text 4.3, that is Proclamation of the Gospel by Women in Word and Sacrament. Dear Synod members, I'm going to introduce this really quickly. So the text is called Proclamation of the Gospel by Women in Word and Sacrament. We want to extend the title, and Stefan Wiesel is going to give the reasoning for that title change. The new title is supposed to be Proclamation of the Gospel by all people who are baptized and confirmed. So no one is excluded. We have many baptized and confirmed women Christians who are trained in theology and would like to proclaim the gospel in word and sacrament. We have women and men who want to do that. We want to create a theological discussion here, a discussion that is broader, as these ministries were understood in the past. We're talking about catechesis, we're talking about spiritual accompanying people. The tradition here is very rich. Let us look out into the future. Let us search together what ministries, what offices in the Church today actually make the proclamation of the gospel tangible and experienceable. Dear Synod members, we created 63 comments, or we found 63 comments in our form. The basic task, as we understood, is the following. We are looking at the order of sermons that was already attempted to be included in forum number 1. It was not adopted there. We took it into our work as forum number 3 as well, and we formulated from the point of view of women. We created a text that intended to not discriminate anyone who's not a woman. We very favorably looked at the different amendments, the different notes that were submitted to us. So we looked at the title and looked at how we could rephrase that title. So the new title is going to be The Proclamation of the Gospel in Word and Sacrament by the Baptized and Confirmed. In this way, we are convinced more people will be included in formulation. However, where it is explicitly about the visibility of women, this intention should continue to be retained in the present action text. But, of course, we take on the very big keyword that comes up here again and again, which is criteria of quality. So that actually includes the criteria for extraordinary baptism, marriage assistance, but also other tasks. So the different tasks are encompassed in there. Another motion is about making the work mandate for a consultation process more concrete, that is to work on quality criteria for the further development of services or ministry and offices. And a sixth amendment addresses the question, and we got two motions here, whether there is a particular norm on Canon Law 767, paragraph 1, on the dispensation of the homily by priests and deacons, and the question is whether it's correctly interpreted by the forum. Here we ask for further canonical law examination. So that is something that we want to look at because we want to be very clear and legally on the safe side. Because we don't have much time, I'm already garbling my words here, I'm sorry. Let's proceed to the debate. Thank you for the time that the committee has given to us.
Yes, our last debate for today, not a lot of time left. Let's stay focused and the speakers list is open. We will manage it.
Und ich rufe auf.
Okay, and I call
Weihbischof Ansgar Puff.
I call Ansgar Puff, Auxiliary Bishop Ansgar Puff. According to my knowledge, there is a difference between sermon and homily. Homily is a kind of a summary of experiences and witnesses spoken out by the believers. And, well, there's a difference. So sermon and homily are to be considered in a differentiated manner. Julia Eckstein? Yeah, I referred to the motion to change the title. I recommend the rejection, even though my brothers and sisters are of a different opinion. The baptized and confirmed are who preach the gospel, or no, not preach, but proclaim the gospel, already exist. So, of course, you can find a new title, but the proposed title is not adequate. So after Professor Simon, we'll close the speakers list. Thank you for this text. I am also very keen on quality assurance. You mentioned the quality assurance and you linked it through university studies of theology. However, I think there can be other accesses besides this university studies of theology, so maybe you could assess this. Maria Flaxbart is next. Thank you. I just raised my hand after there was a little gap. So I think altogether this is a good text, and the comments that have been made so far, of course, they should be worked on, but this forum should get the mandate to continue to work on this text. As to the question of, pastoral care and train station, religious women, enabling them to accept a confession, etc. So all of this pertains to reality, and there's also linked to our history. So altogether, I would like to say thank you for this text, and please continue to work on it. Father Uttenreuter, in Munich, we have discussed about the sermon and about the homily very lengthily, and also about giving a witness of your faith, testimony of faith. And I think it would be helpful to include this in the text. But what Auxiliary Bishop Puff said, this could lead to other challenges, but I think if there's an authoritative interpretation of what is written, it is not the job of the priest in charge of the Mass to do this interpretative work, and this is enough to live up to his office. Sarah Henschke is next. I'm a human being who is very much in favor of quality assurance, and also in favor of qualification when it comes to ministries and offices. This quality assurance is already in existence for pastoral professions. In most of the dioceses, if not in all, I can't be sure 100%, but with all the other groups of professions, we have the same training with the priests and the deacons, but at the end, we are not allowed to give the sermon. Even though we might be as good as them and we might studied theology as well at university or another subject such as religious education, and sometimes volunteers, we have made this experience. They can be trained in a way that they can be really good, for instance, when being in charge of funerals. So we should do that for the testimony of faith in the Mass as well. Professor Thomas Söding is next. In forum number 1, we had, and it's actually also a while ago, suggested an implementation text on our topic, power and separation of powers in the Church, and we wanted to put it in context on the diversity of testimonies of faith in our Church. I'm very grateful for forum number 3 on women that they have adopted this text already, that they have been working on it, developing it. And, well, it's a text about women, but the text is not only speaking about women. We need the quality of the testimony of faith, the quality of the sermon, and the diversity of voices is a key to that. Svenja Stumpf. I would like to point out with regard to the text that there's a lack of simultaneity between the different dioceses. I come from Rottenburg, Stuttgart, and studied in Eichstätt, and I did internships in both dioceses, and I was allowed to give a sermon in one of these dioceses, also in the sense of homily, and in Eichstätt I was not allowed to do so. So that's, again, these two speeds. And I think it's nothing against the Pope, against the oath of loyalty, etc. And I think the bishops, if they still fulfill their oath of loyalty and their loyalty to the Pope if they agree of opening this up. And for my colleagues, it's so difficult, you know. You learn something in your training and afterwards you're not allowed to put it into practice, and this really needs to be changed. Thank you very much for your contributions. We now, start with the vote on the individual motions for amendment. So in spite of the time, I would like to give 2 or 3 short replies. First of all, to forum number 1 for the feedback and your confirmation. And the 2 questions who were asked, Bishop Puff, Auxiliary Bishop Puff, of course, in the text there will be a differentiation between the sermon and homily. And Matthias Sellmann, of course, when it's about quality criteria, it's not only about studies of theology. Other comments going beyond university studies of theology will be included. So thank you for your feedback. And now we can start with the different motions. Thank you. So let's start with the first motion for amendment. It has been requested several times that the Synodal Forum appreciates the following or acknowledges the following. The title of the implementation text should be modified, and the idea is to change the title of Proclamation of the Gospel by Women in Word and Sacrament to be changed into Proclamation of the Gospel in Word and Sacrament by the Baptist and confirmed. The Motions Committee recommends to adopt this motion. So once again, the new title should be Proclamation of the Gospel in Word and Sacrament by the Baptist and the confirmed. If you're in favor, vote 1. Well, please clarify whether this is going to be acknowledged or appreciated, or whether this is really already a vote in favor of the change of the title. This needs to be differentiated. Comment, maybe? Well, we would like to know what the trend is, because it is about these topics that have been discussed, and you have discussed them in Antragsgrün. So this is, yeah, something we need to know. And a lot of laity persons, wanted such a change. So we want to change it. And there's a motion on the rules of procedure by Professor Tiefensee. Does that mean that we will no longer discuss the motion by Ms. Eckstein, who had a certain request pertaining to the baptized and the confirmed? And if this is adopted, can a modification be modified again afterwards? Well, I wouldn't say that what Ms. Eckstein said should be neglected. It's an option you can consider. But what does it know for our vote now? I don't understand. The Motions Committee asks you to vote on a changement in this direction. Ms. Eckstein proposed a different thing. So, yes, but the question is now, if we vote yes, do we adopt the exact wording or the trend or the tendency? Well, you know, it is confusing if we play ping pong here. So maybe the Motions Committee should clarify what we are speaking about and what we are going to vote about now. I try to keep it short and concise. If you vote in favor, if you vote yes, we will amend the title, and it will be no longer, the word women will be replaced. And if you reject this motion, then it will be kept as such. It will be a proclamation of the gospel by women. And let me tell you, it's always difficult if you have motions on the rules of procedure, which are not really motions on the rules of procedure. It's just a question. It's not about changing the word women and replacing it by the baptized and the confirmed, but the question is rather whether it is definitely then the baptized and the confirmed. And what Eckstein said doesn't matter anyone. Well, it's the first reading, and we want an orientation, a way to go. Okay, thank you. So it will not be all settled now. Okay, Professor Sattler, thank you. I think, and I hope it has been clarified now, what we are voting now. And I don't see anybody looking confused in the room, so I assume you all know what you're voting on. Now use your voting device. If you agree with the recommendation of the Motions Committee, then press key 1, yes, otherwise key 2, no, 3 is abstention.
Es gehen Stimmen ein, das ist erfreulich. Und ich schließe die Abstimmung.
Okay, votes are coming in. This is great. You have 4 more seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Das Ergebnis wird gleich eingeblendet. Wir haben für den Änderungsantrag 1 120 Ja-Stimmen.
We have 120 votes in favor, 38 against, 14 abstentions. So this motion number 1 has been adopted.
Den zweiten Änderungsantrag, den kennen wir, der ist uns vertraut.
The second one is a motion that we are familiar with. So I summarize it again. Basic things regarding the structure of the text, formalities, differences within the text, etc., individual aspects of the topics. So it's a variety of points that is summarized here. The vote is open.
Und wir schließen 3, 2,
3, 2, 1.
Geschlossen. Wir werden das Ergebnis eingeblendet bekommen. Antrag angenommen mit 154 Stimmen.
Okay, 154 votes in favor, 2 against, 10 abstentions, 166 votes cast altogether. So adopted.
Ich rufe auf den Änderungsantrag 3.
Okay, motion for amendment number 3. So this is about diverse qualification criteria for the nomination to the service of proclaiming the gospel. The Synodal Forum is called to extend and to specify at the same time these criteria. The Motions Committee recommends to adopt this motion for amendment.
Ich darf um die Stimmabgabe bitten und schließe die Abstimmung in 5, 4, 3, 2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Wir haben bereits das Ergebnis.
And we have the result here, 154 votes in favor, 5 against, 7 abstentions. So motion number 3 has been adopted.
Der Änderungsantrag 4.
Motion number 4 seems to be similar in terms of the wording, but this time it's about the extraordinary baptizing and marriage assistance. So again, it's about the qualification criteria that are necessary, and the Synodal Forum is asked to extend and specify those criteria. And again, the recommendation of the Motions Committee is to adopt this motion for amendment.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung.
And we close the vote. 3, 2, 1. And the result, 162 votes cast altogether, 139 in favor, 15 against, 8 abstentions. So this motion has been adopted. Now let's proceed with motion number 5. Different motions aim at including diverse qualification criteria in order to support the evolution of ministries and offices, or the development, enlargement, extension. And this extension and specification should be enabled by the Synodal Forum. And again, the recommendation is to adopt this motion.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung in 5.
The vote is going to be closed in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds.
Und darf direkt das Ergebnis verkündigen. Wir haben 151 Ja-Stimmen, 4 Nein-Stimmen.
151 votes in favor, 4 against, 10 abstentions. So motion number 5 has been passed.
Und wir kommen zum letzten Änderungsantrag.
Our last motion pertaining to this text is number 6. So 2 motions regarding the particular norm of canonic law, 767 Article 1, the question whether the diocesan bishop can dispense of the reserve of homily to priests and deacons, and a canonical law assessment is recommended, and the Motions Committee's recommendation is to adopt this motion for amendment.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, you've got 3, 2, 1 seconds left. 164 votes cast, 152 in favor, 5 against, 7 abstentions. So this is a vote that has been adopted, or the motion has been adopted.
Wir geben die Abstimmung
Now we will vote on the entire text.
Jetzt ist freigegeben. Bitte geben Sie Ihre Stimme ab.
Please cast your votes now.
Die Abstimmung 3, 2.
We close the vote now, 3, 2, 1. And we ask to show the result.
Stimmen angenommen.
Adopted with 155 votes against 11 votes no, 3 abstentions, 169 votes cast altogether. So this text has been adopted at its first reading. Thank you. This is really great. And we will continue to work on it. And we thank you for your time and the mission. So we are at the end of our task as moderators. Please don't forget to hand in your devices at the end of the conference. I would now like to give the floor to the presidents of our Synodal Committee. Can I still put forward a motion on the rules of procedure? I hope so. Okay, there is a motion on the rules of procedure. I would like to put forward the motion regarding a postponement of all the other motions to be dealt with. And this should be done in the framework of a digital edition of the Synodal conference at the end of November, so that we have an opportunity to work on motions. And I think this shouldn't be left to the last Synodal Assembly next spring. And this is why I ask for a postponement of the motions that were supposed to be treated here. I don't think this is a motion on the rules of procedure. Well, I want to vote on this. So I will ask officially for the establishment of a digital Synodal Assembly and postponement. I thought it could be done easily, and Andrea, really, the interpretation of such motions is not up to you. Well, excuse me, this is not a motion on the rules of procedure. We have been very severe with you, very straightforward over the past few days. And we are always making all the efforts together with the organizational team, the presidents, to really hear you, to pay attention to your requests. And Ludger, you have been heard. If you don't feel heard, then please, address somebody else, but don't use the rules of procedure in a way to oblige us to interpret it in a different way than we have done over the past 2 years. Thank you for your comprehension.
Hier ist noch ein Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
There's another motion on the rules of procedure here. But we don't have a moderator anymore. I can just present my motion. So I would like to motion the following thing. Why do I want to do that? I want to give us an opportunity to save what we can save. I would like to motion for looking at everything that we didn't get to today, looking at that again at the next Synodal Assembly. Because if we haven't cleared that up, we don't know where we are here, we don't know where we stand. So this is a motion for resubmission of those texts. Is there any objection? Well, I'm not moderating here. I can do it from here. So is there anyone who objects? I think we can just pass that motion without voting on it. Do we have a formal objection somewhere? Yes.
Ich ziehe die Gegenrede zurück.
Okay, dann ist das
I'm taking back my objection. Okay, so we don't have any objection, then we are going to take that motion and submit it to the committee.
Also wir sind etwas orientierungslos, weil wir noch nicht mal
So
akustisch.
we don't really know what's going on because we didn't understand what's going on. We didn't understand anything. The motion was that all the texts in first reading that we didn't get to over the last 3 days, the motion was to resubmit them at our next assembly. That is what Lukas Nusser motioned for.
Der ist durchgegangen.
So that motion passed. Exactly. There was no objection. And there still is no objection.
Darf man noch eine Gegenrede halten? Wir sind
Can I still object?
Entschuldigung, es war akustisch zum
I am sorry. It was difficult to understand acoustically. So, sorry for my objection being late. My objection is we should vote on that. The motion is very clear, but we need to look at the different prioritizations that can be here. I can't moderate. The time for deliberations was over. The moderators left the stage. The motion was too late. What the motion's content, however, is something that we are taking on. I believe, however, that it's not a place, we're not at a place now where we should submit motions on the 5th meeting. So we should not do that now. We are taking on that motion, we're taking on the content, we're taking that on for our planning in the committee. You can believe us that we're going to do that. So was that a general agreement on that? Okay. All right, that brings us to our closing remarks at this 4th Synodal Path Assembly. And we don't want to repeat ourselves. We want to stay brief. We want to say thank you, of course. We want to look back a little bit from our points of view, our points of views on this assembly. The last 3 days were tiring. It was worth it, however. We managed a lot. We managed to achieve a lot. But it is not everything just happy and positive. It was a roller coaster. So that is something that we can continue reflecting on. We are still learning, but I would say that we can learn as an assembly. People got hurt. That is also something that is a part of this process. It's clear that not everything hurts us in the same capacity, but we also listen to each other. And that is an integral part of the synodal path. And I think we have embarked on this path together as believers, and we try to get the realities of our lives and our faith together. We don't want to have that drifting apart. We will keep on building bridges between our faith and realities, and we will keep on doing that. And I'm looking forward to seeing you for our fifth the fifth assembly. Until then, a lot is going to happen. Fall, winter, Christmas, so much is going to happen there. May God protect you until we meet again. All the best, and thank you. And I'm only going to add a word of thanks. Thanks to our observers. Thanks to the members of the press. Thank you to the journalists. Thank you to all of you who participated, all of you who bore witness, all of you from the Victims Advisory Council as well. Thank you to all the technicians. Thank you to the secretariat of the Synod. It became very clear how important the work that they do is. And they don't have a lot of staff, so they can only manage their work with an extra portion of dedication. Thank you to all the spiritual companions. Thank you to the musicians who supported us. You accompanied us musically and spiritually. Thank you to the staff of the Frankfurt Trade Fair. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you at the very latest in February. Then we're going to meet again, and I don't have any further motion on the rules of procedures.
An dieser Stelle zwei Namensnennungen.
At this point in time, I would like to mention two people personally. There was a marriage that took place today. Franziska Stede is the name in our booklet. Last assembly, she was Franziska Kleine. She married today, so congratulations, Franziska.
Und ich möchte es noch einmal namentlich machen.
And I would like to also mention by name Ian Griffith, who was with us yesterday and the day before yesterday. Anina Knör, thank you for filling in for Sarah. Thank you, Louis Weiss and Lukas Schäfer. Thank you from our part as well. We want to close with two songs and a short inner retrospection. We want to start with the song with a German song, and that is about God, who is the Good Shepherd, and that is a very good motto for the synodal path, I believe.
dazu ist wunderbar. Ein Tisch mir immer da, von dir, o Herr, bereitet, der mir die Kräfte schenkt, wenn mich der Feind bedrängt und mich zum Siege leitet. Du hast mein Haupt getränkt, gesalbt mit Freudenöle, den Kelch mir eingeschenkt, hochvoll zur Lust der Seele. Herr, deine Gütigkeit wird durch des Lebens Zeit mich immer treu begleiten, dass ich im Hause dein fest möge wohnhaft sein zu ewiglichen Zeiten.
5 Begegnungen auf dem Weg. 5 Fragen, die Jesus stellt, die sich
5 questions that Christ asked us, that he asked himself. We want to take those 5 questions with us on our synodal path. They can support us in our decisions, in our encounters, and they can also support us in our looking back on the last couple of days.
Beim Fest in Kanaan.
Maria in Kanaan.
Mit welcher Erwartung, Hoffnung oder
What expectations, what hopes did you have when you come?
Bartimäus am Straßenrand.
Bartimaeus on the side of the road. What did I stand up for? What did I fight for?
Was möchte ich wieder sehen
What
können?
do I want to be able to see again?
die verwundete, blutende Frau.
The wounded, the bleeding woman.
Von dem, was ich erlebt habe,
Of the things that I experienced, what do I want God to touch?
Der entschieden Suchende.
The person searching. What made me rich over the last couple of days? What made me poor? What was my misery?
Und dann die beiden in der Nachfolge Jesu. Mit den
Those
anderen
who are following Christ. Those who are following Christ together with others on the synodal path. With whom do I enjoy walking this path together? With whom is walking this path sometimes tiresome? And what do I hope for the next part of the path?
Jesus wandte sich
Jesus turned, and when he saw that they were following him, he told them, "What are you looking for?" They said, "Rabbi, where do you live?
Sagte zu ihnen, komm.
He told them, come and see.
Lass uns in deinem Namen, Herr, die nötigen Schritte tun. In Jesus Spur und in seinem Geist, in der Gemeinschaft des Glaubens. Lass uns in deinem Namen, Herr, die nötigen Schritte tun. Schenk uns Geduld und Widerstandskraft, wo wir alleine verzweifeln. Lass uns in deinem Namen, Herr, die nötigen Schritte tun. Wecke uns auf und reiß uns heraus, wenn wir in Ängsten gefangen. Lass uns in deinem Namen, Herr, die nötigen Schritte tun, dass wir getrost, entschieden und frei für die Gerechtigkeit streiten. Lass uns in deinem Namen, Herr, die nötigen Schritte tun. Auf unserem Weg und in unserer Zeit, bis wir einst in dir vollenden.
Und so segne und bestärke und begleite uns.
May God bless us, strengthen us, and be with us on our paths, with each and every single one of us, with us as a community that embarked on this synodal path, and may He be with all of us, all of those who are connected to us. You, the triune God, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, Creator, be with us. Amen. A good journey to all of us.